Trevor, you're welcome. With slideshow. Great. Well, welcome everyone to the May Floating Offshore Wind Roadmap Roundtable meeting. We find ourselves here in person at the Historical Society's Maritime Museum. We who are in person will have some time to actually explore the space over our breaks and lunch hour. The museum officially opens at 10 a.m. but it's a lovely space and we're grateful to be hosted here. Just for the record, this is May 27th, 2026, that this is being recorded. We'll have public participation as guests in the Zoom space. There will be 2 points during the conversation where we will be listening for public comments, and then we will in just a moment put up a QR code and you can go online at any point and make public comments directly as well. But we're going to use the first part of this meeting to just kind of welcome you, go through the agenda. So maybe next slide. Here's your QR code during the meeting. We'll come back to this during our public comment period as well. And you can go to the DLCD website there too, as far as the link is concerned. So we're going to start hearing from Jeff about essentially the final public comments. And so you, before this meeting, will have received a summary of sort of the open questions or the sort of dilemmas you find yourselves in as roundtable members, making sure you're giving guidance to staff on how to address those public comments. But first, Jeff will kind of go over them and let you know what all we saw. Then we're actually going to do breakout sessions so that you all will be wrestling with these dilemmas. We'll tell you how we're going to do that, but essentially in your sessions, both via Zoom and in person, we will be going through and making sure that you're giving guidance to the team about, how you want to make sure that these open questions are getting solved, or at least you have your thoughts there. So after the breakouts, we'll come back together, and on the next slide, we will have those key conversations actually in person. And then after that session, we'll have some lunch, and then you'll talk about the action table. So you all gave some stellar feedback at the April meeting regarding the action table. Jeff has put his thinking to it, and he wants to walk through those recommendations and change with you. There's follow-up regarding the research strategy and activities. And so Jeff has some updates for you in that regard as well. We'll talk about our next steps, your next steps together. And we have kind of the open question as to whether or not you want another meeting as early as June, or if there would be a later time to gather again based on the timing of when the roadmap will actually be published. So that's kind of an open question. And we can even, after I go through this slide, have that discussion right now if people have kind of top of mind. I want to welcome, just so you know, our Zoom colleagues. We can see you up in a couple screens here. As you're using Zoom, using the standard protocols, you're all doing a great job of muting yourselves, but you are welcome to turn your cameras on. We always love to see your faces if possible. And if you can rename yourselves to let us know if you are a roundtable member, or if you're with an organization, you want to put the name of the organization after your name. That also helps just identify who you are and who you're with. So I'm going to do a kind of other logistics for this room. Scones and coffee from a local baker here. We'll have a local lunch provided that are box lunches. And then during our break, we can let you know what you have in there. Restrooms out the door, up the stairs, thank you, out the door on that direction. And again, the museum will open at 10, and at our breaks, we can walk through. Any questions that the group has that are in the space or online? Any Zoom questions yet for the day? Okay. Well, let's maybe have this discussion about whether or not you want to be meeting in June, or if you actually would prefer to postpone that. So Jeff, do you want to just share?
Sure. Got it. So the schedule and the plan for the roadmap. I am working to respond to comments and revise the roadmap itself over the next couple of weeks. My internal deadline is June 8th to get that to my agency leadership, allow the governor's office an opportunity to look at it again, with the hope that we would have a final roadmap ready to submit. I'm aiming for July 10th or therearound. And we'll see what actually transpires. We do have flexibility for the legislation, but I want to get it done. We set months ago, June 23rd, as the date for our last roundtable meeting. And that was on one side seen as kind of an overflow opportunity if we needed it. There were still conversations that needed to happen. Now that I'm looking at the schedule and realizing that June 23rd would be a time when I have an internal draft done, but it's being actively looked at by leadership in the governor's office, I don't know if I'm able to bring that back to the roundtable one more time. And so then the question would be, is there a value and a purpose that we see in all meeting again before the document goes forward? When Bobby and I had talked months ago about what that last meeting would be about, we thought about it as more of, on the one hand, a celebration of the long conversation we've all had together and what we've gained out of it, what we think that can help the state achieve in the future. And then another piece of it we thought about was the opportunity to talk about, well, now that this exists, what are we going to do with it? What should our near-term priorities be? How will each of you as individuals interact with this now going forward, if that's part of your plan? And what guidance would you have for us? So those were kind of our concepts for what that meeting could be. But now the question is June 23rd still the right time to have that conversation? We could also have it in July, August, September, whenever. And then do we still see that as something that we want to all come together to have a conversation about? So it's kind of and I guess one other factor is we'd originally intended to end where we began in Florence, but we found out that the venue is not available in June 20th. So we've been looking for alternative places and are frankly still looking. So that's kind of where it's at. Does anybody have any strong feelings or early thoughts? Go ahead, John.
So you're saying June 23rd would be the last meeting, but there could be an opportunity to meet again before July. When is the drop dead? Like, it's the final report's going to the legislature.
My plan is July 10th, to submit it to the legislature.
So that's after that, we don't really have a chance to talk further on it, although we could talk about next steps, the outcome of it.
Right. And even if we met on June 23rd, I'm not entirely clear on what I could bring as new fodder for discussion. So, I mean, I could talk some about how I've been responding to comments, but I wouldn't be able to bring like an early draft of our responses, or I don't even know if I'd be able to bring a red line of the document to that point, because it would just get very confused. Go ahead.
Is the report to the legislature in July like a hard goal? Why July versus say September and ledge days in September? Or ledge days in the fall?
Yeah, great question. Some of it is wanting legislative staff to have time with the document before legislative days come. So the thought was, if we can give it to them sometime in the summer, that gives people ample opportunity to digest it, have conversations with constituents about it, so that by the time legislative days come around, they've had the opportunity to be fully familiar. There's also just for me, I'd like to take a little bit of time off. I think that seems to fit well with school schedules, but that's secondary. Technically, we're not due to, we don't have to turn it in until the end of the calendar year, but we obviously want to get ahead of the legislative session.
Quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Just given, I think, intent there. And just trying to just better give myself more information around just giving guidance here, as well as for everyone here. Are you able to share a draft with like legislative staff before you make an official release, like your official submission?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm curious what you would see as what is the benefit of a pre-final versus a final for legislative staff?
I'll tell you, I think where I'm sort of thinking, one is I think just as a group here, as folks who've been involved, just making sure, hey, that we're all coming at different places here on the roadmap. I feel like it's been fairly consistent. Hey, this is going pretty quick, but at the same time, knowing your balance and your work here, there's got to be a time where this has to end. There has to be reports. So for me, it's making sure, hey, we're not rushing and making folks feel like we're moving at a hectic pace. Two, that we're able to, as you suggested, get some folks, some legislators familiar with the concept before legislative days. But I think three, like still fulfilling what's in sort of our legislative mandate when we file this report. So I think there's a way to still balance those things. That hence the questions there. I think for me, it's foremost, what's really important here is the committee, the roundtable is both familiar with what's in the document, feels confident, even if it's not the perfect document, but there's some level of confidence in the document before it gets to the legislature. And I think there's a way to sort of get some folks familiar with the document, even if it's not in the full form. But that's just my 2 cents, but yeah.
Yeah, if I can reflect on that a second, I think what I'm hearing in there is there's a desire to see a pre-final here of what's been done with the comments before there's the final submitted. Is that's
me for sure, but let other folks
yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
I'd be a little cautious about submitting a pre-final to the legislative staffers, just as a person who's kind of burned out, trying to get through a big long document. A pre-final is likely going to be substantively the same as the final. And so you're asking legislative staffers to review a document twice, which I would think would be ill-advised, because even if there were minor changes between the pre-final and the final, they're not likely to receive any additional attention, particularly because of my concern that this document is extensive enough right now that it may actually discourage, or it's going to be a big lift for a staffer to actually get through it. So I would also reinforce or support the notion of getting it to the legislature as far ahead of schedule as possible, so that there is time to develop for elected officials to develop legislative concepts that will grow out of this. And I don't know what the legislature's schedule is for submission, but they have hard submission dates for submitting legislative concepts, because then they have to get the Attorney General's office to draft it, or there's the LFO and what have you, to package it and process it so that it's ready for the session.
John.
I have a question related to this. It's just like, is there a strategy or plan to disseminate this to the legislature in a way that's gonna be as user-friendly as possible? Like, oh, you're just gonna hand them the document, like, how's it gonna all work? I'm just curious if you thought about it. And if that's something we could, if we do a meeting that's after it's submitted, we could strategize on the best way for the legislature to receive that they're gonna learn from it, and then have the ability to go back and forth with you or the roundtable.
Yeah, definitely open to suggestions on how to do it. We are following the legislative mandate, which is to prepare this roadmap and submit it back. One way that we have been trying to make it accessible is to include that in summary for policymakers right up front. And while I don't know, I would be open to and maybe expect that if there was a request for a briefing on what's in it during legislative days or some other way, some other time, that would give us another opportunity for direct conversation. But if there are other ideas, yeah, that's certainly something we could talk about.
Bill, I support I'm concerned about endless, comments and chasing it down. So bringing a closure to it. Once we feel like we have a document, it's not gonna 2 months from now go, oh God, we missed that.
Right.
I don't think we got that. I think we've got enough going on. I would support a final draft that then we sit down and we make opportunities for legislators to come in and hear how we proceeded, explain how we expected that, and answer their questions. And I think to the extent that we can have the full roundtable, I think that would be good, because we have quite a diversity of people that engage with this. So I see the value in saying we have what we think is good, and not just keep getting more and more people in. And go from there and answer the questions. Give our diverse opinions as to how we got there.
So reflecting on what you said about the kind of endless cycle, I think that's one of the things I'm not clear about, where I hear the desire, this roundtable wants to see what came out of the public comments and how we changed it. And I would like to provide that too. And where I'm struggling is if my agency leadership and the governor's office is looking at it at the same time, and then this group comes out with, oh, there's a real showstopper that we need to fix. How do we end that cycle? So that's one. I can take that back and think about it and talk to my management a little bit more and figure out, is there a way so that you all aren't surprised by the final product? Because I think that's a valid thing to want. Liz, go ahead.
I just want to say there was a comment in the chat that it would be helpful for the people online and people speaking could share their names and affiliations.
Great, thank you. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Ray Feast with Blue Green Alliance, he and pronouns. Yeah, I don't personally have any disagreements with what folks have said in terms of the intention or impact of having a document ready, or for legislators to have a bill ready. Like, I think I've seen legislature in the lobby space, folks ask for a legislator to hold a bill in September for something to be fleshed out between the months of the fall to December. And in the meantime, reports related to said legislation typically are presented to legislature in ledge days, whether it's October or December. So, those are things that occur. For me, all in all, it's like, are we all familiar with the document? That's really first and foremost. I think as a roundtable could be really important. Any movement on any legislation, I think any legislator is going to ask the same question: is there common understanding of what's in this document? Where do you agree? Where do you disagree? Where is there consensus? Are you moving collectively together, or is this different groups moving in different things? I think that's just a practical series of questions any legislator is gonna. To me, that's just still secondary. I think first and foremost is, are we familiar with the document, and if we do justice with the comments that are being submitted? Whether we agree or disagree with them, I think it's important, imperative that folks feel that they've been heard in the process, And that we tried at least, even if it's a one-way form of communication, that we said, hey, we acknowledge this. Jeff has helped highlight this, we talked about it. That, I think, to me, still feels important, but, you know, I'm happy to set that aside. I'm just kind of noting, like, legislative, there's a ways to approach this. And there's past precedent of how, like, legislators tackle this. There have been reports that have been
Yeah. Just thinking out loud here for a second. So my original plan was to have the state internal review from June 8th until early July. Be a week to respond to anything that comes through, so that it's ready to go on the 10th. And I was going to disappear for a month. But what if we push back? And I'd have to figure this out with my agency and governor's office. If we pushed back their review to essentially be the month of July, and then give me until June 23rd or thereabouts to come up with the pre-final draft coming out of me, that then this group would have a chance to look at and say, yes, we're familiar with this and we feel good about this being submitted to the governor's office and your leadership, recognizing that there may be things that come out of that that we don't control. That would essentially push the whole thing back. So I would be gone during the month when my leadership's looking at it. Then I can come back, respond to comments, and we would submit it sometime in August. What does that do in your minds to how that would fit with legislation? I'm not saying this is what would happen, but I'm just hearing what I'm hearing today. It's something to consider.
Delia Kelly, ODFW. I'm just curious if there would be an option in there, Jeff. I'm not opposed to what you just laid out, but I do want to encourage the group to consider what it would take to wrap it up. And so what would it look like if you had that final draft representing what you had done with everyone's comments and input before it goes to agency and governor's office internal review? If there was a brief period of time where the group had an option to review that and report back to you outside of the roundtable, just report directly back to you on any showstoppers. It'd be basically like, here's what's going to my leadership. Here's your preview. Tell me if there's anything you can't live with, you know, and they would report to you instead of convening the round table for discussion, they would report to you on that. And then when it goes to your leadership, you've given us the opportunity to see what you did with our input. And members of the group are familiar enough with the document that I think they could zero in on areas that they're most concerned about.
Okay,
Is that
so,
even an option?
well, anything's an option at this point. So how I imagine that playing out then would be if mid to late June, this group gets to see a draft and then showstoppers are communicated to me, then it would be me conversing with leadership about, hey, I heard about this showstopper. Here's how we could maybe change it, and it would be concurrent with what they're looking at. So kind of trying to interweave those.
Potentially. I mean, I'm kind of hoping that they're, again, Delia Kelly, ODFW. I'm kind of hoping that there aren't at this point going to be major, like, you know, I think I have a lot of faith in how you've handled things so far. So I think that the final draft is going to be very good. You know, giving everybody that opportunity, if they could then, you know, respond to you, you would have that conversation with, you know, say Ramfis has a problem with something, you'd have that conversation with Ramfis and explain to him why you did what you did. And maybe even be able to resolve that before it goes to leadership. Or, as you said, concurrent with leadership review. That part might get clumsy if there are showstoppers, but.
Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't know what order people.
I'm-
first. Who's first?
I was.
Who's first? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I understand the kind of the framing that you're suggesting, but as I'm hearing it being described, I worry, okay, so there's the, like, we've done a lot of work, maybe there's not gonna be showstoppers, but in the eventuality that there are, that feels like a very strong potential influence point of one individual in private with Jeff, and is not subject to, like, I trust you, Jeff, it's not that, I'm just saying, we won't know what the influences were and how strong one person's voice might be. And so I just offer that as a caution around that approach. If we wanted to represent the work of the round. And the voice of everyone.
Yeah, Bill, I don't want to ignore the ISIS hands on.
Bill Gorham, Brooklyn resident. I agree with Councilor, but both of that issues of, I don't think there would be any showstopper. So on the other hand, I'm sure there are individuals that have preferences one way or another. Absolutely trust you, you've done an excellent job herding us at someone. And having a chance to say, and I thought it happened whether it's formal or otherwise, Jeff, I really liked it better this way or that way. That said, that gives you a chance to understand where can you hear from people that are being a little bit, some of their objections. You probably know them already, but just so that you're well prepared, well versed. But as far as I hope no one would try to unduly influence you. I don't think you would be influenced in that way. But just so that if anybody does have an issue that they're going to be talking to people about, I would love it that you had been prepared for that before. There was a formal way of you sort of allowing.
We go online for a minute, John. Natalia, I think you're first.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jeff. I would like to see draft text and agree with what Delia said to review for the member of the roundtable. Kind of like we can do as much as possible today based on the comment that you will present and different actions. And then I don't know what deadline, middle of June or whatever, you can prepare the draft. And I would like to see and review the kind of final draft before it's go to the internal DLCD review and government office. The reasons that there is some parts from DSL about easements, and I want to be aligned with all other rules and rulemaking process that we are doing, and with the Division 83 granting easements in the territorial sea. So we will have the last rulemaking advisory committee on June 5th, and based on the comments, I just want to review as well to see the alignment and to provide comments directly to you. And then I think the question, I think we need together, but maybe not in June 23rd. The question if after the government office and DLCD internal review, will we have opportunity to change something or not? So that depends how we will meet.
You know, I'll risk answering and maybe being wrong. I would expect that this group would be tools down once it's submitted to the governor's office and internal agency review.
Yeah, so that's I think it would be nice to review the final draft document before you go with the internal review and government office, so that everyone is familiar. Because now, even when I try to track different versions, sometimes it change constantly, edit new comments and etc. It's nice to see the final what you plan to submit internally, and then everyone will be familiar. And then we can meet before submission to the legislation, knowing feedback from DLCD and government office, even if we cannot change anything, but at least we will have some strategy, how should we do in the future, and discuss those comments from the governor office and kind of scenario, what we could expect. I would say like this. So reviewing before internal review in governor office, the final draft with the member, and maybe, just communicate it directly to you. And then after you're gone and governor office and internal review is done, you are back and we can meet all together, discuss those feedback. I mean, I see in this way, but again, whatever you decide.
Yeah, I can tell you what I'm hearing in there is 2 meetings instead of 1 more meeting. And so we'd have to look at that one. I'm also thinking about what is the do loop of if this roundtable gets another look at a pre-final before it's submitted to leadership, how much time would this group need to complete that look? And if there is any feedback, I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. But Lisa, you're my boss, so I really want to hear what you have to say.
Just for everybody, Lisa Phipps with Department of Land Conservation and Development. I very much appreciate the conversation that's taking place right now. And I've heard a lot of things since I raised my hand, so I'm trying to eliminate duplication and also address anything new that came up. So we need to have this document done and in front of the legislature and in front of them with the opportunity to have reviewed the document before the September legislative days. Okay. I think that's an important benchmark for us in spite of what the legislation timeframe was allowed, because we need to be able, if things are going to come out of this next legislative session, they're going to start happening now. We're already a little behind the ball or in front, whichever one's incorrect. We're already a little late in my mind, and that's okay. That's okay. But we could wordsmith this document to death. We could meet for the next year and a half and find little things to change. We could add new people in and find big things to change. What we all have to keep in mind is I feel very comfortable telling you, outside of the governor's office, which I would not presume to guess what could come out of their review. I feel very comfortable telling you that the internal agency review, which would include our director, is going to focus on the kind of high level categories that we've established. They're going to look for things that have that could be legally challenging or actually legally not okay. We want to get those things out or up front, right out the gate, so that everybody understands what we're dealing with from a legislative perspective. But they're not going to dive in and question what the roundtables discussions around pathways. They're not going to come up with yet another pathway, whatever that could possibly be. They're not going to come up with another pathway. They may have a series of questions that come up that Jeff's going to have to get in, that we're all going to have to get in and make sure that it's clear, concise, that someone could pick this document up and understand what it is that's trying to be achieved here. Also, I think it's really important to remember these are recommendations. All or none of them could move forward. And we need to be really clear about that ourselves when we're reviewing this document for the last time that you may not be excited about wording, but is the intent there? Could it be worded differently? I'm sure all 50 roundtable members could reword the same sentence a little bit differently. So it's about intent. One person coming forward and being really upset about something, we need to hear it, we need to understand why, and if it merits, address that concern that in a way that could be substantial. Those types of comments should come back to the roundtable. I agree with Katrina. Karina, I'm so sorry, Katrina. I blame it on being sick. Karina, I agree with Karina that, one person cannot be the deciding factor in something being changed if it's substantial. My job is to make sure that Jeff is My job is to make sure that Jeff has what he needs to move forward, that he is given the time that he needs to do the things he needs to complete in a thoughtful way. I'm also very protective of his time, and I have not been able to be that way over this particular process. And there will come a point in this where we will just simply say, this is the final product. Jeff may want to continue tinkering with it. We will simply have a final product. It is a recommendation. It will likely even morph as time goes by when pathways start to unveil themselves because applications come in, because administrations change, because the environment that we're currently working in alters for yet another reason. This document is intended to lay a framework to provide a roadmap of possibilities. I think you guys have done a fantastic job. You have taken what felt a little narrow and you have said, hey, look, world, it's not just one way. Why don't we give the state what it needs to look at all of the options that are out there, opportunities, challenges. But at the end of the day, we're going to have an end. We're just going to have an end. And if the governor's office comes back with something and it's a change, we will not be submitting something that is contrary to what the governor's office tells us. Based upon earlier feedback, I really don't think that there's going to be anything that jumps out as for this group that's going to change dramatically. It's hard to envision anything except don't do this. And we know that's not going to happen. So I just everybody needs to have their last word, and I totally get it. I've been on your side of the table, I've been on this side of the table, and I've been on the other side of the table who's just waiting for the product to come to them. We're all gonna just have to take that deep breath at some point, and we're just gonna have to say, we're done. And I'm not really favorable, and I'm gonna kind of have to work with Jeff on this. I don't see value in 2 meetings. I do see value in rearranging how we were thinking, and that's been a lot of the feedback we've just been hearing from everybody. I do see value in rearranging how the last meeting times and what everybody gets to see. I also think that it would not be, Jeff, and we can talk about this a little bit more, so I'm speaking a bit off the cuff. I'm not sure I have an issue with the team, the roundtable, seeing it at the same time leadership is seeing it. I really don't see any challenges with that as long as everybody knows everybody's got eyes on it. And that if anything does come up that is substantive, we would raise that immediately with whomever doesn't know that it's been raised. So if it comes out of our office, we'd let the team, your roundtable know, and the governor's office, of course. If it comes out of the governor's office, would convey that back to both our leadership and to the roundtable. But I think that would just facilitate the next meeting. The last meeting that we're going to have, which now sounds like it could potentially be in July. I'll just say to everybody, when it was first brought up that it could move from June, I came out like strident. We are not changing these meetings. So I'm grateful for the conversation here today. I see why it would make sense to think about a little bit later meeting for the roundtable. I was very non-moving on it when it originally came up. So I appreciate this conversation. But we really need to understand there's going to be an end, and not everybody's going to like everything in it. The question is, what does deal breaker even mean? Because someone doesn't like it, is that a deal breaker? No, this is just a series of recommendations. And we can move it forward, and you're going to have multiple opportunities to take that. If you don't like something or you love something, you're going to be able to take that to through a number of different processes as these recommendations start to become implementation. There's going to be public process all over the place, and you're going to be able to talk about what you love and don't like, at those various forums. So keep that in mind too, please. Okay, I'm done.
So
And I
I
see Natalia
saw-
has her hand back up.
Yeah, I see Natalia has her hand up. We have John with his hand up here in the room. We've run long on a topic we didn't intend to have, but I'm really glad we had. I guess what I would propose is let me digest this today, and we're gonna have a closing and next steps at the end of the day. I can start sketching some dates and some ideas, and maybe we'll keep the date we've got. Maybe we'll send out a poll and look for something in early July. But I am hearing clearly that this group would like to see that what has been done with comments version. I just heard from Lisa that seems to be an okay thing. So I'm going to try to come up with a structure that allows that. So John, let's go to you first and then Natalia.
I really like Lisa's summary there of where we are, what's going to be happening next. I think that for me, I think that I'm satisfied with the roadmap as it is, even if there are things in it that I don't really quite maybe stand or agree with. But I think so. I would like this not to spend more time trying to tweak the roadmap. But I see from this discussion that there is really an opportunity to fine tune the executive summary. Because I think a lot of the people, even maybe on staff level in the legislature, are going to be looking at the executive summary and not going into, thoroughly into the details of the roadmap. And so the better we can tweak that summary to reflect, the little bit of, I don't know whether it's angst or insecurity or lack of confidence or whatever, that the roadmap is the perfect document. That's the perfect place to address that and to point out in the executive summary that where those places are that the roundtable did not come to full agreement and if those kinds of things are brought out in the summary, I think that will go a long way to addressing the concerns of individual members of the roadmap of the roundtable. That their voices have been fully heard. And that also gives staff and the legislature or the legislative staff an idea of where things need to be. If more expense, more energy needs to be spent. So there are some clear areas where those things need to happen. So that would just be my offer organizationally, I guess, as much as anything else, as a way to see, without having to ask this group to, those who want to go through it again, they can always write letters or write notes or memoranda and submit them to you. You can put those in, say, as appended to the executive summary. So these are some areas of issues. The roundtable could not, as a group, fully hash out or iron out. And that's for further guidance. It asks me for further guidance on.
Yeah, John, to your last point, John, I would suggest that any kinds of letters about the roadmap might come in as part of a legislative process down the way. Where.
That would take care of that, sure.
But, thank you. Okay, Natalia, you're our last one here, so bring us home.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I will finish now because I will need to leave at 3 as I need to work on final draft for Division 83 publishing on the website before the RAC meeting. Just to clarify, I didn't mean 2 meetings. I meant that we, at least state agency, should have opportunity to review the final draft before internal DLCD. So it's not like meeting, it's just to see final draft, because my understanding, and correct me, Jeff, for now, we have the last draft, it's from November meeting, yeah? So we don't have the kind of draft after public comments period. We have the pieces, but the reasons, particular for DSL, I think it's important, again, just to see, and then we can meet in July, because of the enforceable policy and changes that happening with our rulemaking process and related to renewable energy facility and offshore wind, including Division 140, we plan to amend in the future. So it's important for DSL and I think other state agencies to review, as Lisa mentioned, to be aligned legally and with the policy, enforceable policy, just to review and see if there is any correction based on the last discussion that we are doing, like rulemaking process. So it's not like from DSL part, it's not I'm intending to change the pieces or something, but I just want to review and correct if something from DSL part and what we are responsible in the state water for the easement granting in terms of alignment.
Natalia, I would offer that the public draft that we released in February, I don't think I got comments from DSL on that. So if nothing is stopping you right now from taking a look at the enforceable policy pieces, and if you see something of concern, let me know while I'm actively fixing things right now. The sooner I get that feedback, the better. But yes, I hear your point.
Okay, so I should look on the public that was released for the public, because in the table on the website, the last draft too, it's November. Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, well, what a welcome topic. Super helpful. Thank you. We'll follow up at the end of the day. I'll look at my calendar and see if we can come up with something. We may ask you for some more potential dates for as alternatives to the 23rd, or we may make the 23rd work. So we're going to close that one, and then we're going to move on to our next topic, which is getting to the meat of some of the help I need for them. So for the next hour or so, I've got the floor to talk about how our public comment process turned out. I'm not going to run through the several hundred comments that we received, but I did pick out quite a number of them and organize them around some themes that I would like you all to help me grapple today. And there was an email that I sent out to you all a couple weeks ago that had a PDF or a Word document that's about 20 pages long or so, with selected comments and questions for roundtable discussion. And if you're online and you haven't had a copy of this yet, you can find it on our DLCD roadmap website. It's attached to the information for this meeting here today. So if you want to follow along there. But first, for the next slide, please, I want to give you some fast statistics about how the numbers lined out with our public comment period. As a reminder, we decided to extend our comment period from April 3rd to April 27th. Gave it almost another month. And across the entire time from February to end of April, we received a total of 317 comments that were emailed to our inbox. Of those, there were about 207 that were in the form of a form letter that was signed on by individuals. Some of them added their own statement or flair to it. So then we would treat those as a separate individual comment if there was something to respond to in there. We also had our youth voices, offshore wind, that we saw some of them present in April. Those presentations were recorded. We transcribed them, and so we're including those as if they were written comments into our process. And so that leaves us with 105 independent comments that were written in to us, and I've been working on responses to those. And so they ran the gamut. Some of them were as simple as, I am opposed to offshore wind, or I think it's great and we should get on with it. And by last count, I think there were about 50 that were kind of in that general opposition. And I can't remember how many were just in the general support. And then we had a lot that were kind of in that middle ground of qualified. If we proceed, this is what needs to happen. So it's hard to say whether that's supporting or not. And I don't know that it matters much. For the purposes of this roadmap, we use it as a poll. That really wasn't its purpose, but just for your information. But then it gets interesting. There were several towards the end of our process where people submitted letters that went along with their comments. And I think our longest was over 100 pages. But there were a few that were in like the 5 to 10 pages, a couple that were in the 25 to 30 pages. And so what I tried to do was take each letter and break it out by how many points were being made in that letter so that I could be responding to individual things that were being said. And when I did that, that added another 200 comments, if you think about just the points in those letters. So that's what I'm working on right now. A lot of these come from there. We also had from our public meetings, 28 comments that were submitted. And those were again transcribed and are being treated like written comments. And then we had that survey that we put forward that had some kind of Likert scale, score at 1 to 5 kinds of questions. And then it had some open-ended questions like, what's a policy you think we should have? What's information that you want to see? And there were 160 responses roughly to each of the 4 questions. And my plan for those ones is not to respond individually to when someone made an open-ended response, but to be treating that as information when I'm going in and adjusting the document if somebody recommended something. It seems like it should go in. So I've got a lot of work ahead of me to respond to these comments and then also change the document. And that's what I think. Yeah, go ahead.
For the form letters, can you tell if it's from one entity that generated that, or is it multiple entities?
It wasn't identified where the form letter came from, was it?
It was from what?
Yeah, I have to look it up.
One.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, National Wildlife Federation.
Yeah, it was
I think a lot of it was,
yeah, it was all.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
and
And
it was statewide.
It was like an advocate, it wasn't like Northwest Advocates or something part of, yeah. I can't remember, but yeah, it was all.
Cynthia, would you be willing to go look into that letter? Because there were like 4 bullet points that were kind of the core of that message.
It was like a qualified support thing, do it right by the community is environment and wildlife. It was pretty generic, and then people could add their own note.
Yeah, and so receiving that, I feel like I got a kind of thematic suggestion that made me feel like the roadmap was more or less on the right path, but then I'm also looking at some of the other individual comments we received. And if it's in the area of strengthening environmental justice, for example, then I would say, oh, okay, that's probably what this form letter is meaning.
Well, and also just to be clear, the main purpose of it was kind of hoping be the first point of contact for offshore wind for folks in Oregon when people are not thinking about this issue. And this was a moment where something was actually happening on it. And was a touch point to kind of make people aware that it was happening and they can engage in the process. So that was the overall intent, and just kind of, yeah, I think your interpretation of kind of our input is accurate. So if you're on track, but like make sure you're doing these things. Yeah.
Thank you. And for those online, that was Julia from National.
National. Sorry, I should introduce myself.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions about the stats before I move on? Okay, let's proceed then. Here's a list just for your information, those letters that I spoke about, who we got them from. I think I caught them all. If I missed one and that was you, I apologize. So we did have quite a number, and some of them are people who are here today as part of our roundtable. So next, please. Now I want to jump into that survey that we provided just to show you a little bit of what we got. We had, as I said, around 160 total. Yeah, for those in the room, we're big.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Cool. So I'll just show you some of the data from the survey. We had 156 respondents talk about their involvement to date in offshore wind. The majority said that they had heard something and want to learn more or get involved. That was 60%. About 21% said haven't heard much yet, and 19% deeply involved. So for what you're about to see next, keep that in mind. Next, please. As far as where people were responding from, we had a decent spread here. Lincoln County, 27%, Lane over here at 20%. We have other Oregon County at 29%. Actually, I see your question, will the slide deck be available post-meeting? Yeah, we'll put this up online on our roadmap website. 5% in Tillamook, 2% Douglas, 2% Curry, 1% Clatsop, and 1% State. Next, please. This next one was rank your level of interest in various opportunities related to offshore wind. All the local job creation and economic benefits was the highest. Energy reliability for coastal communities came in behind it, achieving Oregon's clean energy goals there. So you can see that I think consistent with how our roundtable discussions have gone, those are those primary drivers. But aside from public education and engagement, there seems to be a fairly high level of interest among all of these potential opportunities from the people who responded.
Those rankings are very similar to the rankings that the OSU study team did that focused on offshore wind.
Okay, so we're seeing.
So those were surveyed focused on bookings and cruise bags. They're well reflected in this report as well.
Great, thank you, Mike. Next, please. And then talking about level of concern, environmental, marine and estuarine habitats and species was clearly the top concern for people. Fisheries was also very high up there, relatively speaking. Tribal heritage and cultural and archaeological resources came next on the scale. And then we had ongoing and long-term management and oversight, which I think that's been well represented in this group as well. That's something that we want to see as an interesting concern. I was kind of surprised that ocean views and aesthetics scored higher for how much we talked about that here as a group, but still, I mean, there was nothing that was way down. Maritime transportation and cost of power were less, but still
Just summarizing the findings that the folks from OSU reported out last night in Coos Bay, which is fresh in mind. The visual ocean views and aesthetics was ranked very high in the Brookings community, but not as high in the Coos Bay.
Interesting, thank you. Okay, next please. And then this one, we asked people to rank their level of interest in other issues, 143 responses. High level of interest in offshore facility siting, which I think again reflects something that our group came out with as a recommendation, that there's an opportunity to take another crack at it. Onshore facility siting also very high, so recognizing that those two are connected. Power resiliency, a very high score interest, and one that we've been trying to understand here as well, of what is the effect of the status quo on energy resiliency versus if we were to change the system by adding something new power generation. Post decommissioning and waste was a high interest, and again, that's something that we heard a lot here, and then I've heard consistently throughout the process. Roadmap has tried to address through recommendations around decommissioning plans and waste management plans and that life cycle look. And then on down the line, we had construction, workforce housing, emergency response, federal policy and permitting as the lowest. Next, please. Okay, we're gonna switch gears now, but before I do that, did anyone have anything jump out at you as you were looking at what we received out of that survey?
Just a clarification, who was surveyed?
It was an open link that was made available. We referenced it in our public meetings. People here were encouraged to share it around. And as I said, we got about 160. So there may be some confirmation or participation bias in there of who decided to jump in. It was really just an opportunity to say, any way you can participate in our process, you're invited.
Great.
Yeah, it wasn't randomly.
No, yeah, it wasn't random. I wouldn't consider it scientific.
Okay.
So,
Congratulations on getting that number of participants. That's pretty good for us.
well, and my thanks to those of you in our group who helped get that word out.
Yeah, we got a lot of.
Okay, now we're on to the big stuff. These were my selected top 7 that I wanted to bring in front of you. It's not the top 7 of like most difficult things, or maybe in a way. There are topics not represented here where we got detailed and good suggestions that I am working to resolve. That I didn't choose for today because to me, they didn't seem as potential dilemmas. One example would be, there was a lot related to workforce development, for example, where I didn't feel like there was something controversial that we needed to sort out. It was just, here are ways we can do this there. And so that's why it's not showing up here today, for example. But these were ones where they seemed, at least for me, I didn't have a clear sense right upon reading them of, oh, here's how I can change the roadmap to address this. So that's where I wanted to bring it to you. The first one was one that we talked about a little bit at our April meeting, and that we've heard throughout this process. I heard in the public meetings about what is and what can be the role of local government in the offshore wind decision processes. We also had a lot of, I'd say a wide array of comments, just talking about the state's energy strategy writ large. And how are we thinking holistically about offshore wind energy as one of the ways we can get to our future? And if you had time to look at the comments, it's a really hard one to boil down into a single question, but just a lot of people had a lot of ideas. I'm trying to figure out how best to handle it. We also had a divergence of opinion on this concept of a state-led procurement policy. And again, the idea of a state-led procurement is rather than the utilities purchasing or generating the power and selling it to ratepayers, the way that it's happened on the East Coast and the way that it's planned to happen in California is that the state would actually buy the power directly from the generation facility, and then pass that on, sell it to the utilities or the customers. And there are some benefits to that, in that if the state is the buyer, the state can put riders on the contract to say, if I'm gonna buy this, you have to do this, that, or the other. And that can include put money in for research or agree to these different terms and conditions that can give you some ongoing enforceability. And so there were comments that were emphasizing that potential value. And frankly, it can also help to absorb a higher cost energy source that is nevertheless in the interest of the state. And so on the East Coast, you can see some of that. In California, I think that's part of it as well, where they said it doesn't have to necessarily be economically the best decision for these particular ratepayers, because it is a state interest and we're going to invest that. So we had comments that were emphasizing, hey, we should really flesh out what it would look like for the state to do its own procurement strategy, like what we've seen in other states. Even though that's not how it's really done here in Oregon, we have the utilities who are doing their integrated resource plans, and we have the Public Utility Commission, which is kind of the regulator on behalf of ratepayers, say whatever decision you make have to be economically prudent and in the interest of ratepayers, or else we won't let you charge ratepayers for it. And so this is looking at alternatives. And then we also had a comment that said, we're in favor of not doing state-led procurement at this time. So there's a bit of a range there. And so I just like to open it for discussion. We had a number of people write in with various flavors of that either there should be an option for public ownership of an offshore wind development if it were to occur, or looking at the transmission side and saying, maybe the state should have its own transmission authority, or there are just various aspects of how could there be public ownership of this process. And I know this is a topic that has come up, bubbled up at various times in our conversations here, but it never for me reached a point where I understood it well enough to be able to say, here's what the roadmap should recommend. Here's what the state's role should be. Because the way it stands today, I don't know that there are obstacles to a collection of communities getting together, finding funding, and making their own essentially company that owns some power generation source. I don't know that there's anyone saying you can't do that.
Thinking like a PUD.
Like a PUD, right? Public utility district, yeah. And so I guess I'm a little lost as to what should the roadmap's recommendation to the legislature be around this that doesn't already exist in the state. There were a couple of comments around the comparative analysis of alternative futures, which I'd have to go look at that again to see what the specific issues were there. But I think a lot of it had to do with things like, even under the no offshore wind alternative, we should still do siting. And we should still do a research collaborative, even if the state is not interested in pursuing that, and wanting to elevate the priority in the summary action table. And my internal pushback was, why would we do citing state-led out in federal waters for something that the state is saying it's not interested in? To me, there's a bit of a dissonance there, but so I just wanted to open that up and see what. Next, maybe is related there, the siting and environmental analysis timing and scope. There were different comments about when the siting process ought to occur, and whether it's part of an amendment to the territorial sea plan, or if it occurs before, or I can't remember if one said it should come after as well. And then we had comments around the cumulative analysis and needing to see that before leasing occurs, and the scope of that environmental analysis, like how in depth it needs to be. We tried to strike a balance in the roadmap to say there can be like a conceptual cumulative analysis that uses all the available information we have at the time of leasing, and that's what the roadmap recommends we do. But that we also would have a requirement for a more in-depth cumulative analysis at the permitting phase if it were to get to that stage. And I was feeling pretty good about that balance that we struck, and just wanted to do a gut check after you all had a chance to look at some of the comments we received to say, do we need to change course based on what you're reading in some of these comments? And then finally, clarifying port development assumptions under pathway 2. And pathway 2 is that economic participation only alternative. And we had a couple of comments that were, as I was reading it, starting from the assumption that even under that economic development only alternative, we might still build a large scale staging and integration facility in a place like Coos Bay, where you've got the big cranes putting things together, where even if we aren't hosting offshore wind turbines off of Oregon, maybe California would tow some up here to get service throughout their life. And when I think about fix the different futures, as we were talking about what that pathway 2 looks like, my sense of it was that we weren't talking about a really big development coming with pathway 2, that it would be more smaller scale stuff, maybe a manufacturing facility at a port that's building components, or maybe finding a smaller niche and not diving into that larger. And I just wanted to, I guess, check my own understanding and your understanding as well as to whether there is a version of the future where we would do a large scale port development and not host our own turbines to support somewhere else. And how does that all fit? So those were the ones I picked, and Trevor, if you can go ahead. These, yeah. So what you see here on the screen, the write-up that you were handed before the meeting, it's basically a summary of that. I already kind of gave you the rundown. But we did have multiple comments talking about the local referenda in Coos and Curry counties in 2024 that opposed offshore wind leasing, and wanting to see that really featured in the roadmap. And as I looked back at the roadmap, I realized, oh, you're right. We don't actually talk about that much in the body. So I'm definitely planning to add some language there. But we had comments around needing a stronger role for local government standards in determining whether a project moves forward. And the way that it works under our current system is if there is a local government standard, that would apply under the state's federal consistency authority to anything happening within that county's jurisdiction. And so if there was something proposed that didn't meet those standards and the county or city had a policy around it, that would have a lot of weight. And so trying to understand, I think maybe I'm looking for some clarity on what are other ways in which local government can have or sees itself having a stronger role in the decision process. And then we also heard comments during our public meetings and elsewhere about if there is a local community who puts out something like the referenda in 2024, where they say, based on what we know today, we're not in favor of this project. Where does that fit in the process? And the way it works in the state now is that we can't use a local position or a ballot measure around a particular project or topic as an enforceable policy. We can't use that as a basis to say no. And so I know that that has been, I think, a frustrating to hear for people in local communities to say, well, if we can't just vote no on this thing, how else can we have an influence in this process? And we don't have a great answer for that, frankly, right now. And so it's a question for this group of, should the roadmap have other recommendations around this? Are there things that we can legally feasibly do here? But what I would say is that something that came out of this process that I have a lot of hope for is this idea of, if we had a community net benefit policy or something of its like, that where the state could say, it is our policy that if there is a large project or mega project or a offshore energy project, that affected communities need to be at least net neutral in how they are affected or have some sort of benefit to them come from it. Well, now that's a policy that the state can use in its reviews. And that gives the hook that would require a developer to be meeting with affected local communities and seeking agreements to provide evidence that they can submit to the state and say, look, we talked with this community, we understand how this is going to affect them. We have offered these things to balance it. And then the state could say, yes, we are convinced, no, we are not, in coordination with that affected community. And to me, that is the way that we can give local communities more of an influence in the process through how I understand our policies. Kareem, go ahead.
I have a question about sort of this concept, let's say. And I'm thinking about it beyond what we're trying to address here, which is a narrow window on offshore wind, and what the implications of something like that precedent might be for other large projects for the state. Because I can't, well, I suppose it's possible it can develop policy specific to offshore wind, but it might, set precedents for other large projects. So thinking of data centers, I'm thinking of just any other large infrastructure that might be proposed for any industry. I think that would require a lot of scrutiny and probably be, I'm not sure how easy that would be to accomplish, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or what the extended, and so that's where it'll be interesting to see from a legal analysis, like what would that mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know, we can imagine right now all the possible implications of that, but that seems like a big change.
It's a swing.
Yeah.
It is. And it would be pushing the envelope in a way that hasn't happened in other states. Although other states, like on the East Coast, have fisheries protection policies that have been the basis for the compensation agreements that have been achieved.
And I think about past developments that have had, really bad local impacts that now are still suffering under those. So anyway, it's just very interesting in historic context. So consider what the implications might be. And I'm thinking of dams, I'm thinking of, refineries, all kinds of other things that have come up in conversation in this group.
I will say we have submitted some concepts around language and some questions to DOJ for review, and we're waiting for some responses there. I think regardless, even if we don't have a clear answer by the time this roadmap goes forward, we can still make a recommendation that something like this could be a way to address this. Delia, go ahead.
Delia Kelly, ODFW. Just thinking in terms of how we do it now, the list of enforceable policies does include the county plans, correct?
Yes, county plans and comprehensive
But not
are part of our enforceable policies. However, you may have a case where a project is located off of one community, but their cable landing is 10-20 miles north. And so you may be a community that would see effects from a large scale development, but you may not get that hook into it because you don't have a policy that directly applies to an activity happening inside your jurisdiction. And so we're trying to figure out how do you address that?
So can I just finish my point? So what I was gonna suggest is that it seems like one suggestion that the roadmap could make would be that the state could engage with coastal counties and kind of use the information of this roadmap process to make some suggestions to counties for improvement of their county plans. To kind of get them in that seat more stably, more stabilized than they currently are. Whether it's itemizing natural resources or other resources, visual resources, economic resources that might be of concern. Maybe there's a way to enhance that use of county plans.
Yeah, thank you. We went up and down the coast at the beginning of this process, actually, we met with the planning departments of. How many did we get to?
Almost all the counties.
Almost all the-
And a lot of the coastal facing cities. And we've discussed a lot of the concerns that we've all discussed here at the roundtable with local planning officials. Because they're the ones who administer their code, and where they're gonna have the most control is any land onshore infrastructure related to an offshore. So, and they've even discussed, how can we get some model code, you know, that we could propose that will be to our benefit. You know, whether it's, we don't want it, or we do want it, you know, whatever, or some restriction, but that is also my role, and, you know, Jeff will probably participate as well. And after this roadmap has run its course, we'll go out to the local communities and see how we can assist them in working with, you know, making the policy, or, you know, helping them with policy amendments.
So is that already in the roadmap
It should be
as a
discussed.
recommendation?
Do we have it in there? as
Yeah,
well?
we have something in there about
Yeah.
working with local.
But I think frankly, what we came out, at least what I came away from all those conversations, understanding is that. There are limitations to what a local jurisdiction might be able to affect, depending on whether or not. Their policies get triggered, and that really depends on if there's a cable landing, for example, or transmission or port upgrade that relates to a project. That if you don't have that, then there may be a community who says, we see an effect to us, but we don't have a policy that can get us into the conversation.
So you're looking for something in addition to that?
Yeah. I'm thinking about the difference between the governance and enforceable policies and the responsible parties in our governance structure and land use planning for, say, Goal 19. And versus the other land use planning goals and the role of OPAC and government representation, local government representation on OPAC, because what happens in the ocean is managed somewhat differently than the way the local land use planning and process does with local government engagement and local plan. So I wanted to make sure that people kind of, you know, understand that distinction and what the pathway is into public participation in that other space.
Thank you. And so that was Karina talking, and I, to put it, yeah, to put an exclamation point on what you just said. Goal 19 of the goals is the one that is held by the state, that there aren't local government policies that apply out in the ocean, and that includes visual resource effects from something that is offshore. From something that's on land, like a big crane, you could have a policy, because that would be within your jurisdiction. But that it transfers to the state. About that's
It's confusing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to help people because we're so ocean focused in this.
Yeah. Mike, I see your hand up. Hold 1 second. Did you have your hand up?
Let me go first. Okay, yeah.
I'm just looking at the meaningful engagement of local communities. I don't, and we think about these enforceable policies. Those enforceable policies at the local community level are vested in counties and cities. But we also have tribal jurisdictions and tribal governments, and I don't, it's kind of this checklist here or this accounting doesn't appear to address tribal engagement. And I'm hoping that there's something that's drawn into this whole process.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And in the roadmap now, there are a few different ways that we address. One relates to cultural resources and inventorying cultural resources, both onshore and offshore. This idea that you can't protect what you don't know is there, that the state could require those cultural resource inventories to be developed. But then there's also the question of data sovereignty and data protection, who should own those inventories, and we identify that as a challenge that needs to be resolved.
And one certainly needs to distinguish the physical, cultural evidence from cultural tradition and cultural practice.
Yes, we recognize that distinction in the roadmap. We have a working definition that we worked on with our tribes only table during this process.
But as I see it in this goal 16 for the coastal shorelands and those, that's really vested in counties and cities. And it's, I suppose it's at the discretion of those cities and counties to engage or not engage tribal participation in those local jurisdictional processes. But I think there's a calling again, because there's a statewide interest in doing some of these large scale developments that would trigger this much more intense review and consideration. There should be a responsibility at the state level to assure that there is consideration given. And I don't know that that's the case at this point, but this roadmap could offer the recommendation to provide that assurance.
Yeah, I don't know if this is what you're getting at exactly, but one other thing that we are putting forward in the roadmap is this idea of like complementary policy consideration, where we already, when we're doing a federal consistency review, we reach out to tribes and offer consultation. But we as a state are only able to make a decision based on our state's policies. There may be a tribal government policy to which a project would be counter. And that if they were to tell us we have a policy and we think that it is inconsistent with that policy, we couldn't make a decision about the policy of another government or based on the policy of another government. But something that came out of this process was the idea that, well, you may have a policy over here that's kind of similar to a policy that we have as a state. And if we're coordinating well with one another and you tell us that your interpretation of this project is inconsistent with your government's policy that is similar to the state's policy, then the state should take that under advisement as, you know, a co-equal government or that is looking at a very similar policy in one way, that we should consider that when we are reviewing our policies. And so it's offering that opportunity to have policy coordination. Yeah, go ahead.
Delia Kelly, ODMW. If, and just because I haven't heard it yet, there's also the role of the JART, Joint Agency Review Team under, which is required by Territorial Defense Part 5, also Part 4. Those would not be invoked until the permitting process. And so if we use the example that we went through before, the BOEM planning process did not invoke either of those parts of the territorial plan or the JART until wouldn't have invoked those until much later on in the process. And so that wouldn't satisfy this involvement early on. So I'm not saying that it's the solution to it all, but it hasn't been brought up yet. We do have that, and we also have modification Part 2 planned for upcoming revisions. And so I'm just wondering, that's a place that houses a review team that includes local entities as well as tribes as well as others. It could be other parties, right? And so just want that to be on the list of existing opportunities that we have that can be interested.
I feel like we're kind of getting into our breakout discussion as a group early. I've got about 20 minutes left to just give the rundown of this list. The question is, should we keep going with just having this conversation? Or should I mean, I'll call it whatever it is.
I can also give a little thought to it too, if you're open to that. So you all have a break at 11. Jeff's was planning to run through these. I know we had a longer discussion this morning. I think it's probably okay after the break to pick back up on this. Having the discussion at the front end, like you're doing, asking some of these questions is gonna help you kind of till the soil for your breakouts. So when Jeff goes through all 7 of these topic areas, write notes down about further discussion you're gonna have in your breakouts. So in your breakouts, that's where you can get as specific as possible. And really, Jeff is asking for you all to give him advice as he's taking these comments into the document. So the more specificity that you have in the breakouts is gonna be really beneficial. These first few of the 7 topic areas have a little more commentary than the others, so I think we can likely get through sort of this overview part of the discussion, but just realize, like, make the comments that you're making right now for the group to hear, and you'll do that in a small session, and you'll come back and say, yes, we, you know, you can share more as a larger group again. Last thing I'll say, sorry, is that the document that you all have that has the topic areas, it's the same content that's on the slide. I just put it in bullets for the slide and really to help those that are on Zoom just track along with it. But if you need a copy of that document, let us know. We can pass it to you. Okay.
With your permission, I'd like to move on to the next. Yeah. Next. Yeah, so a lot of comments around the strategic considerations of energy, you know, comments such as the first task of any project is to show economic justification, and that's not being demonstrated for this project. People talking about we need a coherent energy policy, that we have other alternatives. The Oregon Energy Strategy in its modeling didn't show offshore wind, so should we be continuing to invest in some of this groundwork, like the policy work, citing science? Like, how do we balance what we are investing in this as a potential future versus how do we then get to a decision about whether the states would support it as an energy source? We had a number of comments around this idea of a true cost benefit analysis that looked at offshore wind energy relative to other potential energy sources and helps us really understand the trade-offs. That's one of our recommendations in our summary for policymakers. It's one that we include in the roadmap. But what I was noticing in some of the comments, and if I can find it, let's see, I think comment 5 on page 6 might be the one. People were digging into this idea of the cost benefit analysis and adding, cumulative and interactive environmental stressors, including climate change, habitat degradation, land use concern, ocean conditions, climate disaster, that as we're looking at our different renewable energy options, we are also looking at all of the environmental, social, and economic pieces. And so it kind of becomes the macro analysis trying to capture every possible way that, and so to me, it's like, what is the level? What are we actually asking for when we talk about there needs to be some kind of cost benefit analysis related to offshore wind that guides how we're making our investment decisions, that guides how we decide to proceed or not with leasing, that guides permitting. I guess I'm getting lost into when exactly do we need this cost benefit analysis and how many bases does it need to cover? Does it need to just be covering kind of the economic cost of energy between the different options? Does it need to be looking at the full gamut of the economic effects and environmental effects? I guess I'm just getting a little bit confused. Yeah, Randy, still.
I mean, I think this is the challenge with tackling a roadmap that requires a lot of technical expertise of multiple disciplines, right? These are really good questions. We have folks who are experts in marine wildlife We have folks who are experts in workforce. You know, I think this is an interesting one. When I think of life cycle assessment, I generally think project specific. I'm not thinking, well, you're talking to me about cost benefit analysis within energy development. And this is, I think, would be true in any sort of approach for state energy. It's like, it's tough to just be like, compare solar, compare wind. Those two have very different attributes. Sun is never shining all day. The wind is not always blowing. Hydro is another. Hydro, we use hydro for different capacities. So once, you know, this is where I would say, if you're gonna start incorporating things like cost benefit analysis, I think you definitely want someone's technical expertise. It's like, how do you value and attribute different values? Are these the right criteria? Are there other things that we're missing? Which I think is the heart of this comment. I'm not trying to downplay cost benefit analysis. I'm not trying to downplay life cycle analysis, because those are, I think, important things to consider, but I don't think they're the only thing to consider. There are things like capacity factor, which I included in our BJ comment. Capacity factor deals with how much of that energy is running throughout the time of the day. So again, like hydro, very different than solar capacity factor. Then you got to look at things like energy. We've heard folks talk about life cycle analysis from the standpoint of what's the GHG emissions? You know, there are different ways for how folks look at energy return on energy investment. What's the energy payback? How long does it take for an energy system to be energy neutral from its life cycle, from cradle to grave, where it pays back? So I think there are, I'm not trying to downplay this comment. I'm just saying, this is good. I would just say, like, this is a good one where I'm hearing you're lost. I'd say this is a good value to bring in a technical expert to help us walk through this. Like, okay, this is a good question. How would we build on this? What are the other criteria that we would find the value to find? Is there a valuable attribute for wind? Is there not? I think that's kind of the part of this question. Again, I didn't submit this comment, but this is my 2 cents.
So,
Yeah.
just to bounce off of that, this is Joey, who's like with bird lines for ring. Are you saying that would be something to put in the roadmap of like, roadmap can't do this, but if this moves to this stage, then this type of outside technical mega analysis should happen?
It's
It
hard
seems
to-
outside the scope right now. We gotta finish this thing in a couple of months.
Yeah, this is where this gets to the other comment, the other topic where I put that under BJ's comment, where we were supporting state procurement. But this idea of state procurement was technology neutral. So all the things that we're talking about in terms of, it sounds like the flavor of all our comments here, when it comes to life cycle assessment, attributes, will this rate increase rates or not? It's almost of the flavor of, there should be government intervention to ensure that we're procuring the attributes that are not burdening Oregonians. That's looking at cost benefit analysis beyond that, how we look at it today, but that's more holistic. And I'm like, yeah, we should do that, and we should be technology neutral about it. And you know, if we can throw it off in as a recommendation for procurement down the road, great. Otherwise, I think we're just saying status quo, like however utilities currently value resources, but you know, sorry.
If you would look at, when you get into your breakouts, I think for me, if you look at question or comment like 5 and 6 and 12, just kind of mark those. Each one of them talks about this idea of when we do this comprehensive analysis, this comparative analysis, that we look at multiple different renewable energy technologies, that we look at near-term and long-term effects, that we look at economic and biological, that we bring in cumulative and climate. And when I look at all of that together, I say, And when do we need to do this? And who's gonna do this? Is this the energy strategy? And so, you know, I see that people wanna see like, yeah, we wanna fully understand what we're getting into before we get into it. But I think that we need to ourselves come up with some clarity of what do we need to know when and who should be responsible. I lost track.
We'll go online.
Okay, we'll go online first. if you can.
That's fine.
And we're not here to answer this just yet. This is gonna go to our breakouts. I'm just trying to communicate my dilemma.
Process question though, is this discussion time or is this you going through the things so that we can have discussion time? Because I don't worry.
Yeah,
Process question, I didn't even interrupt, but I'm just like,
thank you.
I'm trying to, it's like, I'm taking notes and all the things you're saying are like, I want to say this and I want to say that, but I'm like, are we supposed to be doing that for the group? I'm just confused about this.
Thank you. Yeah, let's clarify the process. This was my time to tell you all why I'm feeling there's a dilemma. And if you all have like clarifying questions, points to raise, hey, this is part of this too, for the group to talking about in your breakouts, awesome. We are also going to have time all back together after the breakouts to kind of compare notes and have this kind of group discussion. So it doesn't all have to. So with that, we'll go online. I don't know, Bruce.
Natalia first, and Sarah.
Thank you. Yes, just general comment. I do think we need to incorporate energy strategy and whatever is going right now, climate resilience, because just in April was released attribute resilience for lands and waters. I do think we need to incorporate, but not in the way that, you know, we find solution how to incorporate. Because I was part of the working group for energy development strategy, and I raised those questions several times, why the strategy doesn't consider offshore wind. But this is, we cannot control. They already had the consultant firm that specifically did modeling without offshore wind, so we cannot change that. And I don't think we can find solution to connect this in the offshore wind roadmap because it is a little bit fragmentation here. But I do think we, to solve that a little bit, we can maybe provide, I don't know how Jeff and others decided to do that, maybe additional annex for one page, for example, strategy or plans at the state level that now, you know, under the consideration. That can include climate resilience, can include all other executive order about renewable energy and permitting and siting. So as kind of as recommendation for legislator and also energy strategy, mention it that in the future it should be considered together with the offshore wind roadmap. Because we cannot right now, and we don't have time to discuss everything, and we don't have, I agree, technical expertise for all those complex issues. It's a matter of coordination. And regarding those Tiger model, I also mentioned during energy strategy development, and we discussed so many times that even currently, state doesn't meet the target that was for greenhouse gases emission reduction that was established in the House bill. So we need to have a baseline and coming from there to develop different scenarios, including offshore wind in that energy strategy basket. So it's a lot of need to be done in the future. And that's why I think all those current effort and process that go inside the state and different agency and governance level, we just maybe one page recommendation that in the future, considering what paths to choose for the offshore wind, state need to consider all other processes, including incorporation into the energy strategy, updating and modeling result, including incorporation like climate scenario modeling, climate resilience, and etc. I think this is probably how we can at least address that. But I would not dive so deeply with that because it's really require time and technical expertise. Thank you.
Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Palmer with the Coquille Indian Tribe, and it's been interesting to hear what you're working through here. And Jeff, I appreciate what you're doing. What I think would be positive to see in the roadmap, rather than these kinds of specific analyses, would be some kind of a general discussion of what sorts of analyses are you seeing in the comments, because I feel like what you're seeing in the comments really reflects what you've been hearing during these meetings as well. There's a desire to see economic and environmental and cultural and an analysis of the overall energy mix and where do the numbers stand on what goals we can meet, what goals we're not meeting. That may be a very different picture 2 to 5 years from now. And so what I think would be great to see in the roadmap would be a commitment from the state of Oregon to supporting those granular analyses when we have projects before us. I think that has been a real stumbling block in the past when we've had proposals to consider, was that trying to get the scoping done for what kind of analysis I remember a lot of disagreement about what kind of analyses do we need to do. And I think that in this document, you have an opportunity to say it is the state of Oregon's policy that we want these kinds of information to be available to lawmakers and decision makers and the public. These are the kinds of information that the people of Oregon deserve when we are making a decision as a state about this. And rather than get into the weeds, I mean, my sister-in-law works on very technical aspects of exactly which kinds of things are going into the energy mix. And she could tell you that it varies from year to year. And I don't even understand all the math she does on it. But I think that we could make a commitment to bringing the best possible data to the table for decision makers. And I think that's the kind of commitment that there would be really broad support for, and that would go a long way toward resolving the issues that we've seen in the past. So thank you.
I'm seeing some heads nodding in here. Thank you, Sarah. Even just lining out, there's all this stuff that we need to know before we commit. But then I guess I would still have the question of, well, when does that happen? Does that go in Oregon Energy Strategy Revision 2 that they do this big thing? Is it in the cumulative impact assessment that we would expect around leasing time? Is it when it's truly time to make a decision at the permitting phase that we want to see that full accounting? Is this going to work out? And trying to understand the difference at those different phases.
Well, what's your budget, Jeff? I mean, I think most of us who work in the sciences would be perfectly happy to give you an analysis every year, but I don't know that in a pragmatic sense we're going to get that. And so I think you could put it in any of those places, but from what I understand about what you're looking for in the roadmap, your goal with this document is to say, here's our vision, here's what we want to see. And so no matter, I would sort of step back from going, how are we going to implement? And I would stay focused on the vision piece. The vision piece is everybody has the same information. We're all confident in the quality of the information, and we're all confident that the economic and the environmental data that we are getting is going to let us make a good decision, and just an honest assessment of like, okay, here are the trade-offs. And maybe as a society, we choose to make those trades and maybe we don't. But we want to be making that on an informed basis and not on the basis of somebody who's getting paid to get this project through thinks this is a good idea. Because I think we all know what kind of decisions that produces. I think we can just look around the state, look around our communities, look around our neighborhoods, and see the consequences of that kind of decision making. And I think that what you have the opportunity to do here is to drive this in a really positive, informed direction and talk about utility siting in a way that really serves the people. And that's a tremendous opportunity. But I would say don't get don't get too drawn into like, okay, we're gonna do it on, Tuesday the 11th. You have you get to do the vision piece here. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah,
Rena, and then we.
and then we'll go on. Okay, so Randy, Sabrina,
I
and then
think
Randy.
that was before Randy, so, sorry.
Yeah.
So, well said. I really appreciate your comments about sticking to the vision thing, because things are changing in the background too, and the more granular we get, the less evergreen this vision for the roadmap will be. And we know that offshore wind is not coming back like in a year. We pretty sure, like, it will take a little while, before something will turn back. And we don't wanna create a dated document. We want it to have, viability in the future. So, thank you for both Natalia and Susan. I appreciate your thinking about. I had a specific comment about something that was in the news recently, and it's kind of related to the energy strategy overall for the state and like what the impact is of some of these things going on in the background. So I completely support this idea of mentioning that we need to, even if it's in the future, we need to connect to the state's energy strategy in some way. So there needs to be some statement about that. I would argue. What was in the news recently that caught my attention that I don't know if folks have thought about or understand, and maybe some people in this room can help me understand more, is the impact of Pacific Core joining the extended day ahead market recently. In case that seemed like a big change in the news, and maybe Rampas has a little more, some other people in the room, but that seems like it's a shift, and I don't understand the implications of that for us. I just wondered.
Julia from National Wildlife Federation, sorry to divide, but briefly, politically, there was a lot of pressure from what California was doing and trying to create a more integrated energy market. That frankly put a lot of pressure on Roundtable to kind of like do that, so that they would be less isolated. So I think it was like there's like bigger pressures happening regionally, largely driven by California, to make it so that they are really protecting against, the possibility of rolling brownouts, and that like people like from the different states in the West should and could be able to like share energy like in a really quick way to prevent spikes in cost and energy shortage. So basically it's from what I gather, it's very, very high level. So I feel I have a deeper understanding than I do, but very high level. I think the kind of machinations of like California have really had a huge impact regionally and kind of creating this like more integrated data.
Because they touted it as a increasing access to renewable attempt, right?
California is like almost every day of the year, they're getting to almost 100% renewable for at least a few hours a day in California. Like most of their energy is very clean. So it's true, like regionally, it actually is helping increase clean energy throughout the entire market. So it's true.
Including hypothetically California offshore wind if it comes on.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
So anyway, I just thought that was an interesting development that is substantially different from the circumstances that before that. Anyway, I just thought we've talked about the importance of the grid and how that relates to energy procurement policy here, and that it seemed to me like it had an important reverberation.
Well, it feeds into the regional approach, which is why I'd say to your earlier point, Jeff, about the people being like, there's no future for offshore wind anytime soon. And I'm like, it's happening in California sooner than later, and it's a regional issue. The energy is gonna be coming to Oregon, like, and hopefully it leads to more resiliency on the South Coast if we do it right. If we get proof of concept there, we might decide we're more into it in Oregon, right? It's just like there's so many benefits to being ready. It's not like it's not happening. But anyway, I'm sorry.
Thank you for, I thought it was worth talking.
It's really a regional.
Okay, Rampas.
Happy to talk offline and maybe a brown bag lunch type of a thing. And see if other folks are interested.
All right, well, I think we're at break time. How long do we?
We're gonna come back we're gonna start at 11:18. I honor a 15-minute break. And it makes you precise in your timing. So we will restart at 11:18. Jeff will continue to walk through these kind of high level, tilling the soil, and then we'll go into the breakouts after that time. So see you back here in 15 minutes. Yeah. I think it's, you can read this. I would say as far as our process, oh, thank you, Mandy. As far as our process is concerned, we are going to pick up where we left off with Jeff giving you the overview of the topic areas that you will be breaking out and talking about. And as mentioned, process-wise, I do think it's fertile to sort of hear from one another before you go into the greater group. So really, as you're asking questions for these further overview pieces, if there are topics that you really want the whole roundtable to hear before you go into breakout, really do bring those up. It is helpful. And you will be having more time when we get back together after you do the breakouts as well. So Jeff was on number 3, which I think, Trevor, for the slide means you go back.
Yeah.
And take it from here.
Right. So number 3 was around state-led procurement. I feel like I talked about this one already somewhat at length. I don't know that I need to say more about it. I would just encourage you to either as you're following along now or when you get into breakouts to really, please do take a look at some of the individual comments we got, because I'm really just scratching the surface of things that people have said. And I'm looking for your feedback on what is the right way to address these comments in the roadmap. What is the roadmap space? So unless anybody had any other questions or points to raise for consideration in the breakouts, I would just move on to number 4. And this one is one that I also talked about a bit already at length, but this idea of what are the alternative ownership models that either should be referenced in the roadmap, or are there any specific recommendations that the roadmap is at? What is the state's role when it comes to these alternative options? And you know, I know we have Jason on the line from Oregon Department of Energy. You know, if Jason, when you're in breakouts or later this afternoon, if you have any like actual experience with what this has looked like, either in the state or any discussions that have happened around it for other energy projects, I'd be interested to know, because, you know, again, this is something that's come up from time to time, but I haven't really known how to dig into it in this group and figure out what the roadmap ought to say about it. And so people talked about public ownership like a PUD or some other sort of collective where the public owns it. People have also talked about in comments like a public oversight mechanism for operational years of an offshore wind project, and whether there ought to be some sort of public oversight panel in addition to the state's ongoing role.
Yeah, would that oversight be kind of analogous to the biological oversight that we've talked about, like the technical working group that would now be part of the West Coast Science Collaborative, but we were talking about an Oregon-centric one. Is that an analogous thing, but this would be focused on data transmission or energy transmission?
I think that's the question. And would it endure during operational years? Would there be actually, if the state's opportunity during the operational years, under normal circumstances, we don't have an opportunity for something out of federal waters. Once we give our permit decision, yes, this is consistent with our policies. No, it's not. We're done. What we're proposing in the roadmap is if we can prescribe as part of an adaptive management plan permitting stage, some if-thens that and get it as part of a contractual agreement or some other kind of condition between the state and the project owner. That gives us that enduring enforceable hook for things like emergency response, or if we're learning things that we didn't expect about environmental impacts, that the state can have a way to be ongoing involved. But then we also had some comments that said there should be some sort of public oversight body that is part of that mix. And I hadn't really considered anything like that. So read the comment that it came from and let me know. And if it sparks any thoughts. Dean, I see your hand up.
So the way we work right now, our current regulatory framework, the home would issue a lease. We would have to put in that. There would be probably a private developer who would put in a wind project out of the ocean. Cables would come ashore somewhere. We would have some regulatory oversight over that. The cables would reach the grid or a new grid line somewhere. It goes to some market somewhere. I don't know where. Right. As it who buys the energy. Probably going to be California, most likely, but so what is it that we're regulating? And that's what I don't understand. So you've got these floating turbines out of the federal waters that are regulated by BOEM, presumably, under the lease agreement. Then there's whatever comes ashore and then to a transmission line and then to a utility who then sells it to customers. Where's the...
Yeah, this is the rub. So the question is, what is the state actually regulating? Anything that is inside state territory. So if your cable crosses the 3 nautical mile line, the Department of State Lands would have direct regulatory oversight as part of the easement, or if I'm misusing the term, Natalia, I'm sorry, the permission from the state to use its land. There would be some oversight ability there. And then, as you mentioned, anything up on land would be under the jurisdiction of either a local government, if it's like a port facility or something where there are permits, codes that apply to it. If it's grid related, presumably there's a state or local mechanism there for ongoing.
This Oregon Department of Energy regulating. So I don't believe if CPL or PGE has a transmission line that's taking energy to California, would say. Because the Department of Energy has regulatory for that.
I don't believe Department of Energy has regulatory authority. Public Utility Commission maybe, but I'm getting over my skis. Okay. But to your other question of what are we regulating? Even if it's out in federal waters, let's say you have a floating installation. We get to review the lease and the permit. So lease would be what we did in 2024 for BOEM. And then like 5 years later, a permit to actually build the thing and operate it. We get to review that under federal consistency. Yeah. And we get everything they know at the time about how they plan to operate, decommission, all of that at that time. And we can say thumbs up or thumbs down, or yes with conditions. And then we're done.
Right.
But what we're proposing here is if we put in a condition to say, we're not going to say yes unless you agree to this thing, and then they agree to it, can we formalize that through some contract that then can be enforced under contract law, or it becomes a condition on the BOEM permit that then BOEM is essentially exercising with us on behalf. That if we're smart and we're forward thinking, before we are stepped out of the process when the permit is issued, if we say our conditions are that you agree to these adaptive management measures, that you're looking for change, and if you find it, this is what you're going to do. Or if an emergency happens, something that we don't expect, here is your responsibility for who you involve and how it gets made right. And at time of decommissioning, we get to look at that. That's a separate federal act, and we get to look at that again. So we get another bite of the apple 30 years down the road. But to cover that span of the operational years where normally the state would not have any regulatory authority, we still wouldn't have strict regulatory authority, but with well-crafted conditions and adaptive management plans, we could still, I think, have that opportunity to be directly involved in decisions that get made during those operation years, because we had prior agreement that then carries into those years. If that makes sense. I'm seeing some hands, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe this is, maybe you're, I mean, I think this is another area for another, like, pulling another technical expert on like just transmission specific related. Happy to talk to you offline too and others, but Northwest Energy Coalition is like a good go-to. I'm sure Jason here at Photo would be great. But I imagine the answer depends depending on who owns it. So EPA owns a lot of the transmission infrastructure in the state of Oregon, so a lot of.
Did I exclude the Oregon Coast?
I don't quote me on this one, but yes, most likely.
Okay.
Those are mainly PUDs or co-ops. Think Pacific or PGE or other investor-owned utilities that own some transmission, significant, but not the same level as BPA. So again, like I think if there's a build out of a new transmission, it still depends. And then if it's investor-owned utility like PGE or Pacific Power, that would be under Oregon PUC's regulatory system. I don't know if FSAC has a role in that. That's a good, maybe Jason question. But if it's EPA, we're talking about a different regulatory system. That's again less on land use permitting, but other forms of processes with other different oversight committees. And then anyway, worth having, and my suggestion is maybe pulling another technical expert on this one.
I see Delia's hand. I saw another one over there too. Go ahead, Delia.
I just wanted to ask you to remind the group to, when we have our discussions in breakout groups, that we're trying to come up with like the extent to which the roadmap should make recommendations on this stuff, which I don't see being this detailed, but you know, recommendations that these sorts of details be considered at some future state, you know, and the details which you all think the roadmap should.
Right, and when I think about, for example, public ownership of a project, I don't think there's anything in the state that would prevent that today. And so does the roadmap need to say something about it?
Specific mechanism or just a line item about that issue.
Right.
Well, I think this is a challenge again with the document that's multi-discipline. Like, why would we want to pursue public ownership? I think the underlying assumption is the folks are public power. It has a deep-rooted history in providing both infrastructure and cheap energy to regions that historically have not had access to that, both rural and coastal. So there is a sentiment around public power being able to deliver cheap energy. So the biggest, deepest concern that I've heard articulated on coast is if you build offshore wind, it will increase utility rates. But I imagine there's a nexus here. I think you're right. How do we not get in the weeds? But some of the deepest rooted concerns about offshore wind are really in the weeds.
Yeah.
And if we are not well informed on this issue, and we're giving, how are we positioned to give good recommendations?
Right.
Especially in an area where there's a lot of misinformation or disinformation, or just good valid questions about deep energy. So that's where I go back to the public option ownership. It's not just, we would love to pursue this option because it's interesting. I think there's other layers of interest here. I think it's both energy related. I'm sure there's something related to impacts to the ecology and assumptions that if it's publicly owned, you can better control something versus a private developer-led process. But again, these are assumptions, but I think it's not just Anyway, I get your point on not going deep in the weeds, but I think it's that tension right now with clean energy. On affordability.
I just want the outcome of our discussion to help Jeff figure out solutions for the actual language. You know, to help him move forward with those questions that he's trying to ask.
Yeah.
So,
And I think that to me, it's the tension that we haven't, as a roundtable, we've not talked about.
Yeah.
Or pulled in technical experts on transmission or energy. We still are working on, everyone's working on different assumptions and understanding of transmission energy is. That success of how we give good recommendations to Jeff is gonna be limited to our collective understanding.
We did have a pretty workshop on transmission. I just building on this real quick. This is really, I do feel like the legislature is the target, or not target, but they're the receivers of this report. And a legislator could hear like, oh, public ownership seems like an important idea and be publicly supportive of that, right? And people run for office, they live in these communities. So I feel like it's worth, as you mentioned, Delia, like on some level, having it mentioned in the roadmap as an option that has proven to be beneficial to communities. Maybe citing an example, you know what I mean? So that it just, then if people want to advocate on it, they can be like, it mentions in the roadmap here, the public ownership is an exciting opportunity, you know, and they can build on that, right? It's like, I think that like the roadmap has limitations about how detailed it can be, but advocates, if you just have it in there to like point to, can like expand upon it, right? So, and I think Joe went a little bit deeper, I mentioned this earlier about like without getting into the weeds, and actually a lot of people checked on this earlier in the meeting today, that like without getting in the weeds, you can highlight the need for when the state does need to get into the weeds, right? You know what I mean? It's about trying to create that vision. But I do think it's important to mention the value of public ownership. But I don't know that we I mean, that to me, I mean, I'm just trying, maybe there's a way to split the difference. I don't want to like leave it out of the roadmap entirely, but I see what you're saying about that.
So maybe a specific recommendation that would be helpful for me at some point today through the breakouts and what comes after is. If what we're really looking for is a reference that this is an option or a variant, where would that go in the document?
Yeah.
You know, just thinking about it a little bit.
I think community benefit, the potential
Wow.
of community benefit.
Tell me later. Before I move on to the fifth one, any last thoughts on this or questions? Okay, let's move on, please. The next one, alternative future comparative analysis. Really, this one is focused on, I got some comments around the pathways that don't include offshore wind turbines off of Oregon, so pathways 1 and 2. Saying that there needs to be more conversation about the cost of the status quo. In other words, if we don't develop this, the comments were recommending that the roadmap emphasize the state's gonna have a harder time meeting its climate targets, maintaining grid reliability under increasing load growth, addressing escalating climate-driven threats, and then it would also affect other states in the region in similar ways. And then there was one of the comments talked about how pathway 1 should not be interpreted as neutral or status quo, and the roadmap should articulate the potential environmental consequences of the no offshore wind pathway for biodiversity, climate, communities, and energy demand. And talking about how it's a choice to forego an energy option. It also talks about in pathway 2, economic participation only, that the roadmap should more clearly identify. It talks about there's an imbalance between economic benefit and governance authority, while raising concerns about the externalization of environmental and social impacts. And the roadmap should identify this trade-off because it limits Oregon's ability to influence environmental protections, labor standards, community outcomes associated with development. I was a little unclear as how it's limited under pathway 2, if we still have the authority to review economic growth stuff. But that stuff about, especially under the pathway 1, you know, what is the cost of the status quo? I'm really struggling with how much the roadmap should speculate about how not pursuing offshore wind would affect state meeting its climate goals, for example. Especially when we do have the Oregon energy strategy that looks at another way that doesn't include offshore wind. I would be concerned about kind of painting a future picture out of whole cloth here when it's not. I wouldn't know what to base it. To say, if we don't do offshore wind, all these things are gonna happen. I really struggle with that one and how we need to describe that no offshore wind alternative. But I also do recognize that this has been a consistent comment I've gotten for a while now of how we talk about the no offshore wind alternative. We do talk about the cost of status quo in some way or another. And so is how we're doing it now enough, or what can and should we do? What's appropriate? Lots of hands. Okay. Don, I think I saw yours.
Yeah, I guess this one, so it's an interesting one for me to contemplate when reviewing the comments, and I appreciated how you synthesized with the bullets, and I think it is something that keeps coming up and is obviously important to address, but I was just thinking about like pathway 1, scenario 1 is another scenario like the others, and in the other scenarios where there is offshore wind, the roadmap is not making detailed assessments of the costs or the impacts of those. It's right. I mean, we are not doing the actual impact assessment. We're saying, here's what we need. Here's what we need to know. Here's what needs to be considered. And so it would be a bit like disproportionate to then do a full on like, like some of the comments are basically saying the roadmap should include essentially an impact assessment of the cost of doing nothing, but that's, you know, treating the no offshore wind scenario different in our roadmap and how we have been approaching the others that we've been thinking really clearly about what information needs to be gathered. And so I guess I would just encourage us to think about how can we frame that pathway 1 in an analogous way to how we're framing our recommendations around the other ones, of like what information still needs to be gathered or considered if the pathway is to pursue offshore.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to our very first roundtable meeting in November of 2024, where we talked about, you know, what are the benefits and what are the considerations of each one of these paths? Like, if we choose the no offshore wind path, what would make you not regret it? And what we captured was, will Oregon find some other way to meet its energy goals? And we can't judge the feasibility of that or how we'll get there based on what we know here. But that we did include that in the roadmap, say, here's a consideration. And as far as our analysis goes, if you want to even call it a comparative analysis between the different pathways, it's those benefits and considerations tables that we first started on way back when. John?
Oh. When we were first talking about alternative futures, we were talking about alternatives in the consequences of developing an offshore wind program. And so the question that's raised here that not doing anything is another alternative future. Yes, it is, but that's part of a larger question than the question that we were trying to answer in the offshore wind roundtable process. But it seems to me that we could kind of clearly delineate, you know, somewhere that is question, but it's a bigger question than what we are asked to address. I think that might be a way forward.
Yeah, I guess I would also say that we've heard consistently that we don't want the no offshore wind pathway to be seen as the toss-off option. Well, it's like every NEPA environmental assessment requires you to do a no action. We want it to be actually something people might choose to do proactively. And we don't want to lose that optionality of it. And so I can see where it's coming from. So treat it like a real path we can go down. And look at what the benefits and drawbacks are of it. But to your point too, of if we choose not to go that way, there are other vehicles within the state that are already considering how we get to an energy future. Yeah. Yeah. And I see your hand, Dealey, but I'm gonna go over here first. Bill.
Yeah, Bill Warren from Brookings. Having done NEPA documents and done those no action alternatives, realize that typically there's not much to them, mainly because it gets very speculative. If you don't do this, then there's also no things. That's what I get concerned about if we go into detail. I would like to see more detail, but there are so many things that are happening. Just since 24 November till now and all that. Getting very speculative means we don't have any. So I think that mentioning that is no action is that means no lease. If there's no lease, and there's all these other things, which means other things happen, but then it gets speculative. We could waste a lot of time. Real value.
Dealey, go ahead.
Just to key in on your question, Jeff, is what we have in the roadmap right now enough to address this? I'd like to kind of focus on that during breakouts myself. And so what sections of the public draft roadmap should we focus on to answer that for you?
It's going to be in section 4, the description of the different.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, again, just looking at, keeping in mind that each one of these comments, my intention and what I've been working on is responding to these individually. And, people are making some cogent arguments. And so if I'm going to counter or deny that argument, I want to make sure that that's been talked about. And there might be parts of what are being proposed that we could make clearer or expand on in the roadmap. Okay, let's move to the next. Citing an environmental analysis, timing and scoping. I think the big piece here is that we had a number of comments saying they were looking at the action summary table that had the high, medium, low importance to each pathway for each action, and things like siting and state-led siting and an Oregon science collaborative for offshore wind, I had marked as a lower priority if we were choosing pathway 1 or pathway 2, because if the state is not actively intending to look for a place where offshore wind might be suitable, or to answer the questions around science together, that maybe those are lower spending priorities for the legislature, as opposed to other things we might do around policy updates and coordinating around economic opportunities that don't involve turbines. And what I was getting back in comments was, well, no, these should be high priorities under any future scenario. These are good for the state to do, even if we're not interested in offshore wind at all. It still makes sense to do the marine spatial planning inventory of what's important to us out in federal waters, because that could be useful to us down the road. It's still beneficial for us to spend the energy and money and bringing people together. Even if we're not interested in offshore wind, we should still have an offshore wind science collaborative to be getting clear on what we know and what we don't know, because you never know, someone might still propose a project anyway. And on the one hand, I can see what they're saying, that there would be some value to having a good inventory out in federal waters of what we would care about if siting came back around. And that there's value in increasing our consensus around our scientific knowledge around offshore wind so that we know how to participate in the future if it comes back. And then on the other hand, I think if we were to go to the legislature and say, give us X million dollars to do a marine spatial planning and to make an offshore wind science collaborative, even though we're not interested in offshore wind, that might be a bit of a tough sell. And so that's, I guess, where I am feeling torn as to, should these be full-throated recommendations under any scenario? Or is there something else there? Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I should also point out that OPAC, the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, put a recommendation to state agencies in the governor's office at the last meeting in April, a couple weeks ago, to recommend that OPAC, probably someone from Science Technical Advisory Committee, Karina, be a representative at the West Coast Science Collaborative, and kind of be there. Development seems to be moving forward in California, maybe. But at this point, the OPAC recommended not to consider a state entity, science entity, because it just doesn't seem like it's worth putting resources in at this time. There's no clear path forward for development in renewable energy development in Oregon. But there was also a recommendation for DLCD to start to do a marine spatial planning study. That would then inform an update to chapter 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, which is the chapter on that operated plan. So there already is some recommendation on this. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Yeah.
I wanted to go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, there's still opportunity and space on the regional offshore wind science collaborative for the state to participate, and so that's a good recommendation to have. And they have phases built into that process for when Oregon, there could be like subcommittees that people can be participating in to be not just tracking the process, but influencing it. So there's a lot of opportunities for the state of Oregon, state entities, education entities, state agencies, and experts to be participating. We can be doing without asking for a lot of money from the state.
I'm gonna get a little bit ahead of myself into this afternoon's conversation by tossing maybe a rotten orange on the table. I was down in California a few weeks ago for the West Coast Ocean Alliance annual summit, talking to one of my counterparts in California about the West Coast Science Collaborative. And I know there was the Offshore Wind Summit just recently, so maybe you all heard something different. But what I heard was that in response to one of the California lessees choosing to get a buyout of their lease, that and just where the lessees are right now in progress on their permits, that the state was considering pausing the West Coast Science Collaborative and spending their seed money that they got from the legislature on some of the more baseline scientific work that's coming out of a recommendation report that we get this year. So we may not have that early opportunity to be doing the regional science collaboration as soon as we thought. And I don't know how that affects us.
Yeah, and they're having a public meeting next week, and it's just it's anything like that. But
Yeah, and so maybe this is, take it for what it's worth.
Like at the upcoming meetings, I'm kind of curious. They're gonna be like, never mind, not adopting the blueprint.
Well, I think what I heard was they still like the structure. It still makes sense. It's just when do we actually kick it into gear? I think it's maybe the open question. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, Natalia, go ahead.
Yes. Oh, thanks, Jeff, for that information. I didn't know that. I just recently returned, the same as Julia, from Pacific Offshore Wind Summit in California, Long Beach. And they did highlight very strongly cooperation with the other state like Oregon and Washington in terms of future policy and regional coordination collaboration. And of course, they have very strong leadership. And the Long Beach Fort facility, they have funding and big support. So, but my main point regarding this scientific collaboration, whatever it would be, in which form, maybe West Coast collaborative will not exist, but something else will come up, that certainly. So I think we should be as part involved in that California, whatever way it's possible, to understand where they're heading strategically. Because as they mentioned, there is a lot of cooperation now happening, particularly for port development with the European countries, China and South Korea. So we need to have that information. But of course, as a backup and for us internally, we do need to have our Oregon Science Collaborative. Yeah, it's the matter of funding, and this is why I think we can put as recommendation for the legislature, considering everything that's happening right now in California and what we have internally, connection with all other strategy. Yes, we will not say give us some money, but just depends how we frame to show them the global picture, regional picture, and where possible scenarios could be in the future. Because that would be our internal scientific platform where we can discuss what we learn from California or maybe, you know, from other states and etc. to make a decision inside the state. That's number one. So I think we need to have both California and Oregon, California, whatever we can involve. Number two, there is now a big trend for floating data center in other countries, but also just recently, at least what I read in the news, that Portland-based ocean energy startup received $140 million investment to support pilot project in Washington for developing a floating data center that will be powered from wave energy devices, yes? So, and in Vancouver, there will be a pilot manufacturing facility for that. So we don't know what decision will come up from the governor office might be in the future, considering data center development and offshore wind. It could be possibility, I'm just assuming that, for example, decision may be considering that we do need a data center because they need cooling from the seawater. It's easy than on land and what we have right now. But there is other concern related to marine spatial planning and environmental consideration. But it could be a decision saying, okay, let's choose pathway for pilot project, offshore pilot project in Oregon, together with a floating data center pilot project, and see how that energy from the offshore wind can supply floating data center. I'm just assuming, you know, seeing what's happening right now and where. So we need to consider that, and this is again back to the energy strategy connection, what should be in the future. So yes, to sum up, we do need to be involved in those scientific collaborative, and we need to think about how to present a good framework as a recommendation, what's happening now to consider for legislation, and that will lead to whatever funding we can get. We just need to justify and show the picture in very simple visual way for legislature and provide recommendation. Thanks.
Slight tangent down a rabbit hole. Did you all hear about that floating wave power data center idea? When I dug into it, what I found was they're proposing to have them be free floating, so not attached to the seafloor, which means you probably don't even need to put them in even federal waters. And that changes what jurisdictions apply to them, whether the state would even have an opportunity to get by to that apple. So yeah, we noticed it, but I didn't see it direct.
Plastic.
Yeah, Jeff, I agree. You know, they propose, but it's pilot project and you never know how it will go, and decision may be changed if something go wrong. So you never know.
The last thing I wanted to just flag for people on this number 6, we have a couple of comments on page 15 and 16 of the handout talking about the cumulative impact assessment. And, you know, generally voicing support that it exists, but then asking for some clarity on the timing of the analysis. Recognizing that in the roadmap, we talk about a more conceptual cumulative analysis that we would require if policy amendments that are recommended in the roadmap are adopted, that there would be a requirement for a cumulative impact assessment at the leasing stage that's more conceptual in nature. And then the deeper one required at the permitting stage, which is already required under our territorial C plan, but that we can provide some more, I guess, detail around what we expect there. And the one in the territorial C plan already requires that you consider things like climate change. So there was a comment asking for clarity on the timing of the analyses and saying that it should specify that the cumulative impact analysis include things like climate change projections, shifting species distributions, oceanographic conditions, and habitat dynamics. I guess I would think that, I guess I would wonder, is there more we need to add in the roadmap to clarify the difference between these two different kinds of cumulative analysis that would occur at different points? And did we do a good enough job already? Or is this comment pointing to something that was deficient? Okay, and then next, I think the last one. Yeah, clarifying port development assumptions. This again is one that I already discussed before, so I won't belabor it. But what I was reading in some of these comments was people were interpreting our description of pathway 2 as being open to a large scale port development, like a staging and integration facility. And if that is not our intention, I just want to affirm that among this group. Or if we want to be open to that being part of that pathway 2, that there might be a large scale port development that supports offshore wind installations in other states, that we have some discussion around that, how the roadmap would be changed around. I also did want to call out that we received comments from the Oceanic Network, which is a network of organizations that are either actively pursuing offshore wind development or are part of that supply chain. Making the point that offshore wind supply chains don't materialize without state commitment in the form of leasing, and questioning whether that, you know, we had talked about that as, oh, this seems like the no regrets, low hanging fruit. Let's just pursue economic opportunity and not worry about turbines just yet. And they were pouring a little bit of cold water on that, saying the likelihood of that happening if you're not committing to do your own development is probably lower than. So just, it's worth taking a look at the comments, because I found them interesting as well. And they had actually recommended, let's see if I can find it. I think they recommended deleting this, but.
I saw reference to a recommendation to delete it.
Yeah, page 18 at the very bottom. The top level key recommendations to strengthen the roadmap. It said simplify scenarios from 4 down to 3. Remove the economic only scenario because it should be universal. And my first instinct is that's like, we're thinking of it as its own separate path you might choose. And so I wouldn't be inclined to do that, but I wanted to open it up for discussion in this group and see if others saw the larger point they were trying to make and wanted to talk about.
I'll just chime in here. I mean, supply chain is a very broad definition. Supply chain includes trucking, shipping, could include shipbuilding, ship repair, could include small widgets, big widgets, could include large, medium, small scale port development, could be along the full coast, could be along the river. There's a high likelihood that we already have folks who were previously on the roundtable, like Alicia Chapman, who will be part of the supply chain for offshore wind regardless.
Right.
Of whether there's offshore wind being built. I think the question here is the recommendation of, should it be universal or should it not? I agree with Oceanic, the likelihood that we would be doing large port development with on-site fabrication, assembling a turbine, if we're not having it off of Coos Bay or anywhere else, is very unlikely. So I very much agree. With that same point, it's very little sense, and plus these devices will likely deal with a huge amount of stress as you're moving them from point A to point B if it's Humboldt or a different destination. So I think it just, yeah, I think there are some assumptions to be challenged around what port development is. I think there's some assumptions that maybe better clarity of what we mean by supply chain. And then I think there's a fair question in the scenario of do nothing. Do we really ultimately mean we're not even part of the supply chain? I think it's fair.
Yeah, that last point, and the point you made about, is pathway 2 about small widgets, or is it about we're building a big port that could supply something else? I think I would tend to agree with you, or just what's in the air seems to be, if we built a big port and didn't have our own offshore wind turbines, the likelihood of that actually coming together is probably low. And so my vision or conceptualization of pathway 2 was that it was kind of the small widgets economic participation path.
There's places on the planet that are building wind turbine blades. And they're not, those blades are being exported all over the planet. And so there doesn't have to be a local demand to be part of that supply chain. They're building, there's only 2 or 3 places in the world where they're building these nacelles. But those nacelles are going all over the planet. So I'm not sure I understand the argument that just because there isn't a lease in Oregon doesn't mean you couldn't do big widget kinds of economic activities.
Fair, but then the question, I guess, for the roadmap would be, what is the state's action?
Right, well, that's the
We would
good
give a
question.
big widget.
And we shouldn't be debating whether or not there's going to be any value in having an economic only participation if there's no lease.
Okay, well, good fodder for the breakouts and what goes from there. I'm done with my spiel, and we're already in the lunch list. Maybe move through the entire breakout. Sorry,
I think what you
public comment, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So what we'll do, we'll take some final sort of last thoughts before, but we just basically kind of flip-flop the discussion, and I think that worked out honestly for your breakouts. I think it's gonna be better breakout work, but it will mean you all will be very active in your breakouts. I mean, you always are, but just a reminder with that specificity, and as Delia keeps mentioning, it's sort of you're giving guidance now about what needs to change with the roadmap based on these topics and your recommendations for that. So before we go to lunch, we are gonna check in. I know Trevor's been asking folks in the Zoom if there are any folks that are interested in public comment. And we may flip over to that visual as well. And have you heard anything yet? Okay. Possible someone could come on in 7 minutes to give public comment, but we'll do kind of a quick check there. Yeah, go ahead.
Katie, I wanted to introduce Terry Thompson. He's a former member of OPAC, former Lincoln County Commissioner, former state representative of here, this area, this district. And I'm sure the oldest active commercial fisherman in the state.
Most experienced.
A wealth of knowledge. And he's in charge of the Combs, or has a leadership role in the management of the Combs Research Center at OSU. So a good voice, a good person to have in the room, and if you has any public comments to make, it'd be well for us to.
Oh, fabulous, Scott, and welcome.
Thank you.
I guess to that end, we can move into the public comment portion, and if you felt like sharing comments, and then maybe.
Can I sit here without going up there? I've
You can
been in the hospital for quite a while,
Okay,
6 months, but. The one thing he did not mention that I worked on is worked on the wave energy site that's over here, ready to go in, so I'm more. Try to look at it realistic from my years of experience at sea. And wave energy, I think, has potential. I think it's more important for this community and this coast that we be thorough in our investigation of the environment and its impacts. So I suggest the same as there, that you go to a test site and see what the ramifications are in the immediate environment before you shift to a full blown scale like they've done in some place in the world. And I hope someday they go back to experimenting with the wave energy site. And I'm not even against wind energy as long as it's proven at a small scale. So it doesn't make a big environmental change into our coast, because we have a lot of value to our oceans and we're going to have a lot more in the future as a food resource. And to shift it to a power resource too quick and impact the food part of it would be a huge loss to the state. I think we need to look at long term and what the ocean's value, because we're just starting to scratch the surface of the food resources and the value it is to the world. Okay.
thank you, appreciate that. And I'm wondering, Trevor, do you want to switch to the public comment slide too? And I will say we'll have a lunch together, and we do want to keep this hour together so you all can make these connections, because I think it's, especially for those folks that took the time to come to be in person, to actually have those deeper conversations one-on-one is really meaningful. So anyone else in the room that I didn't notice was a general public member and not a part of the roundtable? Okay. And then Trevor's looking like no one is on. So from a technical standpoint, do you end up waiting until your 12:15 time?
Why don't we just we could start getting lunch now.
Okay.
And we'll just do one last check at 12:15 to make sure. And if something happens, we'll pause.
Perfect. Okay. So, and then with that, what I could do is spend the next few minutes just giving you a little tour of what lunch is as well. So you have a few different options over there. We have your local company Rise to thank for this delicious food. It's a box lunch. For those who are vegetarian, just let me know. I have a few options for those who are vegetarian. And in front of us, you will see a turkey wrap that has a number of delicious ingredients, a chicken curry sandwich, and then a turkey croissant sandwich. Everyone has chips and cookies, and we'll bring out some cool beverages. You'll get to mix and match. There are just enough for folks, some sort of fizzy water, some not. We're responsible for our own materials management here. So as far as waste is concerned, we're gonna do, be stacking and whatnot and be taking our materials home with us. So we'll have every bag that you see is actually one that we brought, and we'll be mindful there. The space itself for all the food stays down here, so please do stay in this area for lunch. You can take a chair, sit outside and eat. No food in the actual museum, but the museum is open for anyone that would want to tour without food or beverage. And they, of course, would love to have you do so as well. So those are logistics, and I will say, go ahead and we can start in the room, moving to grab lunch. When we come back after lunch, we'll break up into breakouts. There'll be a breakout in that room over there, one over here, and this over there, and then we'll have some online facilitation of Zoom breakouts as well. Jeff, any more? Yeah.
We allowed an hour for lunch, but not starting until 12:30. So do we think we could come back at 1:15 for folks?
That's what I'm thinking. Thank you. So those online will be coming back at 1:15. And I think we did it where we got ourselves to 12:15 here to check with the public, any new members that have been added. Okay, so let's do it. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back with you Zoom attendees at 1:15, and we are ready, and folks in the room too. Those online, feel free as you come back to the space to put your camera on if you're able. We always love to be able to see you. It's also helpful if you are a roundtable member. Some of you have made the step to rename yourself to indicate that you're a roundtable member. Thank you for doing that. And then we have had some folks from the public joining, so thank you both. We had some folks here in person and then online too. We are grateful you're here and welcome you. Our next public comment period will be at 4:15. And so in the meantime, feel free to listen in, and just a reminder that this is the working space for the roundtable. So if public has comments, there's always a chance to make comments via the website, and we'll flash through that QR code too in the future, but just I think there are only a few folks. All right, so on your agendas, you will have seen that we swapped the discussion. So while we had intended to have breakouts and then group discussion, we did the reverse, which I think actually will make for fertile breakouts. We're gonna have, depending on how many folks come back online, we may have 1 or 2 breakouts on the Zoom. So thank you, Andy. I see you there. Who will be hosting one of the breakouts via the Zoom. And if we go into 2 spaces, Trevor will be the second person. We're gonna have 2 breakouts in this space. There'll be one in that corner, and then the second will be in this corner. And our thought is, since this group has had such robust discussion already, having it be, really in 2 groups will help you focus. And then that's also just the request for you all, is to be as specific as possible for your recommendations based on the topics that we discussed this morning. And Delia was doing a good job of asking, like, which section of the roadmap would that be in? And so as you are making your comments, get as specific as you can. It's, section 4, whatever the specificity, the more specific you are, the more it will improve the roadmap. And really just to say, this is your first chance as a group to look at the public comments. Jeff did a great job of sort of pulling out those kind of dilemma spaces where he's really looking for your guidance. And so now this is your turn to really get your pens up and offer this guidance. So I'll kind of talk through the thinking of how we're going to do that. Before I do, anything you want to add to that, Jeff, or just keep going?
Oh, no.
Keep going. Okay. So you will have seen on the agenda, it says top 5 items. We actually added a couple. So now you have 7. And those 7 items, many of you already have the printout in front of you. We've walked and talked through all 7 of them. And we realize getting in a group and talking about 7 items, you're going to have to be very efficient. So we've decided to sort of stagger your starts. We're going to have some of you start at the top and work down, and some of you start at the bottom and work up, so that when you come back to the full space, you're going to have the ability to talk all together. But realize that in the full space, you'll have a little less time because we spent a good amount of time this morning doing so. Although we did talk through a lot of next steps and things as well, so we may have some more time this afternoon. So with those 7 items, you're going to have Liz will be one of your in-space facilitators. Liz Oliver, who is helping the organ consensus team, fabulous support here. And she will be really walking you through those 7 items. We'll have Liz start at the top. and work through, and to say you and your group, if you have some burning item that is on number 7 and you don't get there, make sure that that gets through to Liz. Each of your stations is gonna have a bunch of sticky notes, so be making your, comments via sticky note as well, and we'll fill your stations with more sticky notes so that even if it doesn't get to the general discussion, it is written down somewhere so that those comments get through. So, Cynthia will be your other moderator in your space, and we'll have her go over in that corner. And really, they're there just to make sure you're on track. So we encourage them to interrupt you if they need to, or just, look to them to hold a hand. And then really just encourage each other to do your headline, right? As you're sharing your idea, make sure you get your headline in right at the top. This is the thing I care about. And then be just mindful of the space and the limited time. Trevor, how's it looking online? Are you thinking 1 or 2 breakouts?
You've had a lot of folks sign on and sign off today, but I think we have this, send it maybe, and I'll monitor people as they come to the so so 1 to end.
And I may have you start at the bottom as well and work up on the list of the 7 items. If that makes sense to you. Can I get a thumbs up? Perfect. All right, so I think that is, so time wise, we abridged our lunch. Thank you for doing that. And we had ourselves going until 2:30 is when we'll be done with this section. However, I want you to come back as a full group, and each of your groups will give no more than a 5-minute report out. Heard that time, which we know is limited time, but if you don't get to it all, that's why we're asking for you to write on sticky notes and make sure things get written down. So with that, we're coming back. Let's come back here as a full group at 2:10. That work, Trevor?
That works.
Okay. And your questions are on your agenda too. So based on this item, so you'll take 1 through 7 or 7 through 1, what recommendations do you have for how to address it? And then how do you think those recommendations will affect the roadmap? So hold yourself to those questions. They're on your agenda. You can keep pointing yourself back to those questions. For your moderators is going to be looking for somebody to do the report out. And they may even want somebody to be scribing in the space. And I'm just going to encourage people to, you're here with your sleeves rolled up. So please take that on. No worries, you don't have to be perfect in that space. We're just here, and it's really helpful to hear from different voices. So your moderators won't be doing the report outs. One of you will, and we're already grateful for you doing that. I'm gonna look online to see, does anyone online have questions, or does this all sound like it makes sense? Okay, great. So Trevor will be sending you off, and when you come back, Andy and group, you'll be the first to go in the report out. So just to prep yourself, and you're starting at 7 and working backward, and that's right. Top down over there. So we'll see you at,
Are we being assigned to the?
Yeah.
so we'll just, yes.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm gonna mute myself for this group. What's that? Some folks. Doing a deep dive, good work for that too. All work is good work, and I know that that's why we kind of had to go in both directions as well on the list. And Jeff, what I wondered is if folks had additional things that didn't get shared in today's discussion, if you have an open line via email, any last thoughts that they may have over the next day or two, what's your thinking about?
Well, I can always receive emails. If there are thoughts that haven't been aired here, then it's harder to
just go that way, because I feel like we need to be having these conversations together. So I don't know, it's tough.
I'm hearing the recommendation is to kind of close the conversation today. So let's do that. What we'll do is open to each of the groups that just spoke or that just met. And then if something is really on your mind that didn't come through the voice of and hearing the groups, then raise your hand and we'll make sure that gets added to the list. Great. Okay, so let's start online. Andy, who will be sharing on the Zoom group's behalf?
I think Ashley's going to be reporting out for us.
Wanna get started?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm joined here by my bunny Melly in case you see a little critter hop around here. Under Andy's guidance, we started at the bottom of the list, starting at number 7 of clarifying port development assumptions and pathway 2. And within that, we discussed, folks brought up recognizing the impacts to estuaries and like the costs of doing those associated activities, and what's the role of the state of helping to find that economic balance, as well as just making sure that we like under pathway 2 holistically understand the cost of benefits, think about that port use, and also like, does it make sense with our estuary management plans, and understanding the need for a lot of coordination with existing management designations, and also the intersection with like other plans that are going on, like the Plan for Resilient Oregon that's looking at climate mitigation work, and how does that all intersect together, and also within that, bringing up the capacity for local governments to adapt their plans and making room for growth for new activities. And also there's folks brought up data center process and how there's mechanisms for the state to develop this and so on. We also went into 6 about siting and environmental analysis timing and scope. Having that baseline info and monitoring requirements beforehand is going to be important. Agreement with the OPAC recommendation for the state to lead a marine spatial planning exercise, and how those exercises need to be well funded and added capacity for the state to lead a future effort. And there may be some negative response to a marine spatial planning exercise for each pathway, as there may be specific focus areas that differ per the pathway that's selected. And also there's conversation, just like understanding that like right now that there's a lot of shifts in like higher education that like helps underline a lot of those studies for those exercises, and how do we help support to understand those impacts and issues, such as like OIMB and the Port Orford OSU station should be supported, and anything that can be done to make sure that like proper evaluations of marine spatial planning can happen. And overall, just should we collaborate, support a collaborative science effort across the existing institutions to provide long-term support, that this would be a separate effort from the West Coast Science entity, and recommendations for understanding the basics of our ecosystems and a marine spatial planning process. The Science entity should help understand the effects of new use of the ocean and the impacts on on communities, especially just right now, just understanding the way how there's like folks brought up just the way how technology is changing, climate's changing. Folks are looking to the ocean and generally for, for mining and other different uses, and how we need to, understand how those uses can impact our ocean systems. And then the last section we started on was section 5 about the alternative future comparative analysis. And that recommendation that we started to discuss was we need to address climate change and growing energy needs, a comprehensive energy picture, but the scope of the energy picture is beyond the task of the roadmap, especially for the pathway one of no offshore wind. And I hope I didn't miss anything key. If there was anything else from our group, please let me know. But that is what I read.
Thanks so much, Ashley, and to your bunny for providing us all with some comfort and connection. Anything else from those online that Ashley didn't go through? And then also I'll just look to you, Jeff, if you have any questions. Okay, great work. Jeff, any thoughts or questions?
Yeah, so my core question about number 7 was, right now, pathway 2, from my perspective, it does not assume that we do a big port development. It does not assume that there's staging and integration facility. And if I'm the only one who thinks that, I'd like to know. But I guess I didn't hear out of your group whether you felt like it should be in or out as we think about that path. Was that talked about at all?
I can
go ahead.
react to that. There was not a value statement about whether or not port development should happen. What there was is a recognition that if it's going to happen, it should be done consistent with existing estuary management plan and designations, right? Because having an updated estuary management plan may provide for some economic certainty and I guess less uncertainty in investments being made in port infrastructure that may be relevant for supporting different elements of a project that's not located in Oregon, right? There may be components, there may be pieces or expertise that Oregon can provide, but without having a dialogue within our coastal communities and a recognition of where in our estuaries those kinds of activities make sense, then I think we're trying to, in some ways, put a round peg in a square hole, so to speak. If you're trying to do an activity in an area that's not visioned for that. So that was a lot of the conversation that was had, rather than should we have it or not. It was more like, if it's going to happen, how should it happen? And that there are entities in the state that could happen or that could help, like Business Oregon. There were other discussions about ways that it could be supported, and I don't think that there was a judgment in our group about whether or not it should be state supported, but that was more of where our conversation was.
So if I can reflect back, I guess what I'm hearing is, when we describe that as a potential alternative future, we shouldn't artificially exclude that there might be interest in a major port development to support an offshore industry elsewhere. But that if it proceeds, it needs to follow those same guidelines that we put in scenario 4, where there was major port development, that it be consistent with estuary management plans and et cetera. Okay.
Thanks, Sandy. It looks like Jason has his hand up, and then Michael in the room. So Jason?
Yeah, I just keep it quick. I think Andy did a good job of summarizing it. And then Ashley mentioned the data center. So I just wanted to connect the dots and just draw like an analogy for folks to think of. Like, I think the data center has presented economic opportunities to support, activities that I guess the development is occurring locally. I think we're talking about this scenario where the offshore wind development doesn't occur locally, but there's some kind of port nexus where there's port development that occurs locally that has some economic development component. And as far as I can tell, a lot of that, is bottoms up, like community driven, those decisions. And so I think to the extent we did dance around this issue and talk about it glancingly, we didn't address it very square on, like this judgment call of what the state's role should be. But I think like the status quo, if you want to call it that, is that the state doesn't really involve itself too heavily on these. And to the extent it does, it comes from like Business Oregon through like the industrial zoning incentive program, you know, walking down the data center example again. And so, you know, I think if that pathway were to be pursued, I don't know that we need to belabor it too much in our plan. I think we could just point to like this being more of a community nexus that would have to be decided upon at the local level. And then it would draw upon like state support, federal support, or whatever other the typical avenues are for like, you know, funding that development, funding the science, doing the estuary stuff that would have to companion it and things like that. So thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mike Grego, just to point out that this pathway 2 involves economic development, but no turbines. So that doesn't mean no transmission, for example. So this discussion about economic activity shouldn't necessarily be constrained simply to port development, but Oregon could play a role in distributing the power that would be produced outside of the state. That certainly has been in the discussion. So just wanted to throw in that ports are an important part that have this, that could play, I think, a significant role in the absence of turbines, but so could transmission or other related things that it would have implications for Oregon comparable to what port development would.
Great. All right, so let's go. Thank you for that addition. Cynthia, to your group, who's going to report out for your group?
Thanks. So Karina has offered to report out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karina.
Sure. Group, we had quite a robust discussion of the first 2 items. I'll just preface that and
The last two. No, seriously.
Okay. So, for, the role of local government in offshore wind, decision processes, one of the things that we highlighted that we think is worth referencing, a comment came up about the ballot initiatives and the referendums in the South Coast, but another, comment coming in from this group's deliberation was the importance of the, more sort of rigorous surveys that were done by the academic group at OSU that just got reported out on locally, but some way to acknowledge the those results. So that was something that is a recommendation from our group. In addition, overarchingly, we talked a lot about the need for capacity funding for local communities and tribes to participate in, and that it should be a sort of a third-party independent entity, individual, whatever, a hire that the local community gets to choose who that is, but has, you know, is given capacity to do so and has, you know, then oversees that work. And it should be really for any statewide big development project. It's kind of like the rural communities of Oregon need that, whether it's coastal or inland. So we had a kind of a robust discussion about a recommendation around that. And, you know, there was some talk about the need, though, for, in addition, for coordination among communities, because those jurisdictional boundaries don't, you know, that something happens in one county might be impacted by some adjacent county. So there does need to be some coordination, but a real priority on local engagement in that. And then acknowledgement that sometimes, you know, local governments, local community, what does that mean for something like the fishing community that maybe is or isn't, but there's some question that they aren't represented directly by local government, but maybe feel among that community that they are well represented by the local government, something like that, right? It's a capture. And then we had a section, we actually identified a section where this could go. So Appendix 5 and Section B, and we think that local capacity may come up in other areas, and it might need to be mentioned in the executive session. So it's building. I think that's number 1. Number 2, we got into the energy strategy considerations, and that took up a fairly substantial chunk of our time talking about it. And clearly, there is a real desire for good information on costs and benefits. And a more holistic, if you will, information and analyses. And then this tension between, do you want market forces kind of to decide things under sort of maybe a more traditional approach PUC, or do you want the utilities to decide? Is there a state role? So like our conversation kind of spun around those topics. And the recommendations are, is hard to get clarity on, and Jeff struggles with this as like it's communicated with us, and we were struggling with it because there's so many considerations and there isn't a coherent strategy articulated by the state. And so I think we came down on really saying there needs to be a coherent strategy with a holistic cost benefit analysis that goes beyond dollars and engages some of the other facets that people are really concerned about. And that is the recommendation of this group back to the state, not to get too specific about it. And then we barely touched on 3 and 4. I'm not sure if we have much to share that is kind of a consensus point, but we'll say there was a perspective on leaving procurement to the utilities, not a state function. And then there was another discussion point brought up about at what point do you let your, are you just gonna let your climate goals go because market forces don't allow you to meet them? And so I would say we didn't come to any conclusions, but that was sort of the 2 points that we looked at. I don't know if anything else.
Thumbs up from your group?
Yeah, well, this was, you were the only group that tackled those ones, right? Because the other 2 groups started from the bottom. And I know that online we have representatives from local governments. And so I guess I would just like to, while we're talking about these early ones, open it up to the whole room for just a minute and see if there are other perspectives that you want to raise while we're here talking about. If that was one that there was any energy on, that people just didn't have a chance to talk about.
Others have any additional perspectives? We'll look online first if you want to raise your hand or come off mute.
Did we lose Commissioner Poker?
So, yeah.
Okay.
All right. We lost some
This is a
participants.
tough one. I need some help on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. All right, well, if more comes up later, you have throughout the day to be sharing, so. Well done. Thank you, group. Liz, who's reporting out for your group? Julia, are you reporting on behalf of your group or?
Yeah. So we started from the bottom, and for clarifying the port development assumption and pathways to kind of back and forth to the specific question you had about do we include the concept of like a large assembly and like standing assembly for and a couple of us were like, it's never gonna happen, so I include it if we're not doing offshore wind, and then also ended up landing on at the end of the day, port development could look really different depending on any of the scenarios. It could be many different sizes and they could have a call out box that kind of outlines that, like the scale and capacity of the port would be completely contingent to the locality and the industry needs, and the state should follow. Similar to what I said earlier, the state should just use the things that we use to make sure you do it responsibly, right? And they should be in and they should have the community engagement. So, because I was hung up on being like, I think we need to stipulate that it doesn't make sense for the state to consider that kind of development. It's not going to happen. But I was like, we're not going to approach that kind of development. So it's like the feasibility isn't really relevant. It's like it didn't. So, so I think we landed where other people did, which is basically use the tools you have and maybe just have a call out box that says this could look really different depending on what the industry needs are, which communities they're approaching for what kind of port development, and use the tools that you have. Yeah, please do.
I think that was the one where you had a question about, there was a comment that said like, should this be deleted altogether? And we said, no. Just to make sure that. we don't think that it should be deleted in our discussion. Oh, word it that way, but that inherent in all of these pathways, there's variation in scale. A pilot also has variation in scale. There's no reason we should be overly prescriptive about what scale we're talking about in pathway 2. And if it could be enhanced by a call out box saying this could vary in scale depending on the regional context, maybe that's the, the closest we get to that. Yeah.
The next one, number 6, siting and environmental analysis, and timing and scope. I don't think we kind of got it timing a little bit, but not probably in the way we so, and I think the overarching thing that kind of came out of the discussion, which I think is good to lead with, is we need to approach no offshore wind as no offshore wind for now, because like there could be come a point where floating offshore wind industry is mature, more affordable, looking really attractive. You know what I mean? Like that could happen someday. Maybe then Oregon would be like, oh, we would like to do this, right? So it's just like knowing that like no now doesn't mean no forever. And even if it is no forever, there is value in having good data. There's even more value in having good analysis of data, which we all agreed on. So so even in like the no offshore wind scenario, and this is where I just should write it down, like you remember getting the word, but there's this kind of tension between doing like site specific or like really like survey level, like data. What was the one that's more generalized? Inventory. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Leaning toward like inventory level data collection, because it's more like that information is going to be useful for a number of industries. It's going to be useful for tracking trends around climate change. It's going to be useful, and it'll be a good foundation of information for when it comes time for us to be doing cumulative impact analysis and things like that in the future. And also maybe a little bit of a less of a heavy lift legislators to be like, look, this is there are co-benefits to doing this kind of scientific research. It's not just for offshore wind, but it does help make us prepare for that if it's road and it's going down in the future. I forgot. In section 7, we did have a section where that call box could go. It's 4.3. 4 point something. I'm so sorry. I'll do my brain, y'all. I'm sorry. I just remember we had a very specific place where we could drop that and like we'll get that to you on a sticky pad. I thought it was 4.3. Sorry, that was
Can I ask a question about 6?
Yeah.
So if the state decision for now, or the legislature, it's like, we're not interested in pursuing actions related to offshore wind full-scale development for the foreseeable future. And that might not mean no forever.
Yeah.
But it might mean no for 10 years, 15, 20 years. If that is the stance they take, would you still recommend that they start this marine spatial planning inventory next year?
I mean, honestly, like from what I understand about, I'm not a scientist. From what I understand about data collection, like the how copy data is so valuable because it goes back 70 years, and some of these systems have like 8-year oscillations. So it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like information is useful. If you have 10 years of data, that's awesome. You know, it's gonna really, really help you understand, and also if there's other, projects that other development that comes up where this information is useful, it's used for that, right? But I mean, I do think, that was like, I don't want to speak for the group specifically, like talk about that, but I think that's where we landed. Like, does anybody else in the group want to respond to the, what if it doesn't happen for at least 10 years?
Well,
Is it too soon for the data?
I actually like to open that up to the.
Yeah, I got a comment on that.
Can I speak for the?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was in the group, so I do think that we talked about this quite a bit, and my sense from the group was that, we were talking about the multi-uses of these data. But then also, one thing that we didn't talk about in the group, but that you brought up, Jeff, was that, with the recent, I don't know the right phrase, what the lessee in California.
The buyout.
Yeah, releasing that lease area, that the state may pause on the West Coast Science Collaborative and, invest instead in baseline studies. And I think that kind of goes to the same point that we were discussing around the importance of just data to inform decision making. Whether or not that is offshore wind development or something associated with offshore wind development or something else. And so yeah, I think my sense from that discussion is, yeah, let's focus on whatever we can get from those studies as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think like specifically from the lens of offshore wind, you're right, like it might not happen for 20 years, and why would we do this analysis? Because we're gonna have to do it, like we did chapter 5 update of the TSP, 2013. So it hasn't been that long, and OPAC has already made a charge to update it. So I think through the lens of not just offshore wind, but everything out there, like you're saying, and you said, that it does make sense. But I don't know what you put in that, because we're just focused on offshore wind here. So maybe you
Well, can I just make a suggestion that we didn't talk about? Sorry, did I cut you off, Jeff?
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I would have out-talked you if you.
I do think that there could be value in phrasing it in a way that is, that the data still inform a robust decision-making process in the future should that occur. You know, the state is going to ask that a developer demonstrate certain things in their site characterization or in their project proposal. And these are the data that a developer would use to show the state, like, based on your own data, you know, here's what we know. So I do think that there's a way to frame it as, you know, this information is an important and valuable part of any of these pathways, with or without offshore wind. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. In terms of the rest of it, I think one other kind of section that I'm not covering, but in terms of number 5, we talked about we're talking about cumulative. I was kind of confused what we were talking about cumulative impacts under the section, but basically we were saying, this is where I really don't remember talking about cumulative impacts in the section.
I feel like that belongs in number 6.
Yeah, it was number 6. Yeah, that's what it was. We started like bleeding over number 5. We were talking about cumulative impacts. But basically, this would also create the foundation for that strong desire we all have about cumulative impacts. Like this is just really good foundational knowledge for a lot of different things. Number 5, so we kind of like have a little like therapy session about status quo or like a no decision alternative or no action alternative, and just realized that like I think that why it's so triggering for people is like we heard a lot of presentations from like the high school students who kind of made the status quo or no action alternative sound kind of like this comfortable like thing that we all know, and it's like, you know, like the easy choice, and it's like the status quo is like energy, it's like it's more, you know, expensive over time and less reliable, and wildfires, and do you know what I mean? And you know, so it's like we basically maybe framing it. I think the phrasing that coming up with was it really just means no offshore wind development. It doesn't mean no change. The world is changing. Like, you know, all sorts, the problems still exist. We still need clean energy, like the energy, you know what I mean? So you know, our grid is aging, our like transmission is insufficient, blah, 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 blah. So just like doing I don't know that there's like, it might be a little bit of rewording or reframing the title or whatever, but it's just like, I feel like if that's how other people who are not living and breathing this perceive that section. That's how legislators likely to perceive the section, and I want them to just see the no action alternative as more of a like, it just means no offshore wind. It doesn't mean, it's not this like comfort, like nothing has changed, you know what I mean? So I don't know, I think that's where the rub was for folks. And does anybody else want to cover kind of where we went? 'Cause we barely touched on 5 and we were bouncing between 5 and 6 and my brain got mushy. Is there anything else on 5 people in our group want to make sure we mention?
Bill, do you wanna talk to the cumulative effect?
Yeah, we really, yeah.
Or is that?
Yeah, no, it was a matter of, because you need a project to have effects to then look at cumulative effects. Then you don't have a project, then you can't evaluate cumulative effects. On the other hand, you can lay out the process by which you would do a cumulative analysis. Even though you don't have a specific project to evaluate. Things like identify what would be the major components of a project, what would be the types of resources could be affected, what's the scope of where the different parts to make cumulative impacts there. So laying out what's your strategy to do cumulative impacts assessment early on before there is a lot of detail. That can inform, at least at a first level, of where we need to look and where are data that we really should be putting effort into collecting early on.
Or analyze.
And handle.
I think that'll help us identify where analysis would be most useful and where we need more information.
Right.
Yeah.
Just to respond to that, the West Coast Ocean Alliance just a couple months ago led a contract for a group to lead Oregon, Washington, California, and tribes on a cumulative impact assessment needs assessment. Where getting us all on the same page on what we even need when we say cumulative impact assessment, looking at what data and tools are available to create something today, and then letting us see where the gaps are that we as a region could be focusing on. So even if nothing comes out of all of this, that work is starting now. The West Coast Ocean Alliance.
Maybe even just referencing that that's an important process we should be tracking or whatever, but like.
Yeah, I'm gonna be involved in that process and, you know, I can be giving updates wherever it makes sense to.
That's awesome.
I think that's our biggest takeaway.
Yeah. Great. Well, great work, everyone. Oh, yeah.
Can I just add one comment? I was kind of a note taker, you can tell because it's so scribbly. But, on the number 7, on the first one there. One of the things we kind of tried to point out was on the scale of capacity issue that whether offshore wind support turbine building or blade building, whatever, happens in a port like Coos Bay or a port like Longview is kind of really, it's sort of out of the state's hands in the sense that ports they're capitalistic enterprises. They compete with each other. And then say a small port like Coos Bay, which like we down in southern Oregon think that's a pretty big port. But it's really not, but a port like Coos Bay, I hope that nobody sort of feels threatening Coos Bay. Tries to go down that route, it can just be easily outbid in a moment's notice by a port like Longview or possibly Portland or even Seattle or Oakland. So the state should, in my opinion, the state should be careful in thinking about how it invests limited, resources in trying to determine where that might possibly happen. Because it's going to happen where ports decide that they want to compete in.
All right.
A thought occurred to me as we were talking about WCO and West Coast Ocean Alliance. And it being a place where governments come together, including the tribal caucus, which I've heard is doing quite, seems to be going well, I think. reports have. And I'm wondering if we mention Wacoa at all as a regional entity that, the state offshore wind strategy, whatever, the roadmap should, make a recommendation of engaging with for more regional coordination.
I think, yeah, anything within the roadmap that increases the need for a regionalized approach across the board.
Right, because we also had that case with, California having leases, then leading with the science entity, trying to be inclusive of it, but they're leading it.
Yeah.
And so Wacoa almost feels like a little bit more opportunity, more equitable. Not because of intentions but it's just inevitable. When the big state leads it, have their places.
Oh, yeah, no, that's totally
Better.
Great addition. Any last additions for Jeff? Jeff, any last questions for the group as you? These perspectives.
This gave me some help. I'm still gonna have a tough job, I think, responding. I think no getting around.
Yeah.
But at least I feel better that you all have seen what I'll be struggling with, so when you see what comes out of it, you'll know just, that we had a lot of kind of in-depth and sometimes different feedback. I'm gonna do my best to make the roadmap responsive to it.
Can I just add, I mean, you gave us the opportunity to see the areas that you want some addition. There wasn't anything in my group that sounded like somebody was like, I need him to know this. We talked about some things that are really valuable to us, but overall, my sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, group, but my sense was that we like the draft that you've created. We support the things that you have in there. And if there are recommendations to remove things, our group would primarily overall disagree. We think you should keep what you have. Right?
Yeah.
And some of the points about should this be added, should that be added, and then several times we came back to no, but he does have that in there, so.
Yeah.
I guess, from our group, you're.
Okay,
you might
so
be yourself credit.
remove nothing, only make it longer.
Do you submit directly to any of the people that submit public comments, or you just?
I have a giant spreadsheet that Cynthia basically put together for me. And here's the comment, here's my draft response for all, what is it, 500. So, a lot of them are gonna be like kind of duplicates. There were a lot of comments where people said, I'm opposed because I'm concerned about this particular type of effect, whether that be electromagnetic frequencies, whales, things landing up on beaches, storms. And for a lot of those, the response that I'm aiming toward is, yes, this is a recognized effect. We talked about it in the roundtable. You can find in Appendix A, we have this giant effects table where we considered that as part of our gaps analysis. And so really just trying to recognize people like, we see that you see this, we saw it too. And there are a lot that are kind of in that realm. There were a lot of people who just had a preference. I think you should do a pilot because of X, Y, Z. I think you should have no offshore wind because of that. And for those, because we're not picking a future, the general response that I'm working on is like, thank you for providing your preference. We're including this in the roadmap so that people can read it. And then there are going to be these ones that are making like actual policy proposals, like create a new state competitor to BPA, where those are kind of the harder ones. Like, should we do that? Should we not? What are the implications? And we have taken us a week to get to all the level of that detail here.
And I'm just gonna follow on that. He's not gonna respond to every individual comment.
Well, I'm just gonna say, I'm really impressed, and, I think that's great, because you're a good public servant.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and what he's gonna provide, and I think it's gonna be in one of the appendix, I think, is just his response to the comment and response, maybe the name of the person who made it, and,
Yeah, I'm not writing letters.
Yeah, he's not gonna go back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a reminder from online for folks in the room to ID themselves before. I'm trying to work it together.
Well, yeah. Okay, well done, everyone. That, we have a couple more agenda items we're gonna move on from, but I'll say thank you. For your deep thinking here, your great questions, your great feedback. Thank you to our moderators for hosting those discussions. And I think it's just worth saying, I heard it earlier, just commending you, Jeff, in wrangling these dilemmas so well. So let's, and I also heard the note that it is already almost 3 p.m. and we have a break at 3:30. So we have until 3:30 to go discuss the changes to the action table, if that still works.
Yeah, is everyone okay to hang on for another half hour? You need to shake out your wiggles.
It was just people getting punchy. I mean, I'm fine. I mean, but it's not a good time. So, but in that way.
For this next one, do you think it'd be possible to go with the Excel spreadsheet? Yeah, you know, I can talk you through it or if I need you. I might. All right, so next up, we are going to return to the action summary table, which has been in section 6.8 of the document. This is that taking the 80 some actions and trying to condense it into a one-stop shop. I brought that to the April meeting and was asking you all for feedback because it was the first time you had had a chance to see it and to talk about it. And I got a lot of feedback. Some people really liking it, saying I can make use of this. Some people saying I don't like this at all and I don't think it belongs in the document. And then other things about how it was numbered and how that seemed to imply priority preference. Some questions about how we talked about things like the funding level required, who should be responsible, and even just how we organize. And so what I did, I sent this out to you on email. It's also available again on our website. It's an Excel spreadsheet file where I took the table and I chopped and screwed it, sliced and diced it into a couple of different versions for us to take a look at. So let's see, where to begin?
Yeah, which tab do you want on?
Yeah. I guess we'll start here for a minute. So we're on, if you look along the bottom, there are tabs where I've tried different ways of visualizing this. But first, I created the master tab where I just added a bunch of new columns that then I would shrink and choose from. And so what you can see, over here on the far left, actually, let's go over the left caret, and I just want to show the original. So just to remind you what it was. We had numbering on the left. We had listing it by objective. And then the things that were in that objective. And then if there was a strategy, we identified those two. But it was just simple 1 to 84 numbering. We then had the timeline of like when you need to start doing this action. And generally it was within 0 to 3 years or thereabouts. 3 to 5 years, 5 years plus, and ongoing. And those roughly correspond with kind of that pre-planning stage, the around leasing time, between leasing and permitting, and then after permitting. And then ongoing is something that should just always be happening. So those were kind of the timeline. And then we went by pathway and said, for each action, how important is it to that path? And that's where we got comments from people saying, why did you mark spatial planning lower under the no offshore wind pathway? And so that led to some of the comments we talked about here today. And so for each one, we had low, medium, high. We identified the lead for the action, who would be responsible for carrying it. We had, or at least getting it going. We had a list of potential partners, recognizing that this is really just a starter list and others might become partners, but thinking, who do we need to involve in that? And then a funding call. And it was either a TBD, like we have no idea. Existing meant we think we can get it done with just staff, you know, that you don't need to increase beyond what you got. Or if we had a swag for a dollar value for something like spatial planning or something like that, we would put a dollar figure in there with a lot of caveats. So that's what we. Now let's please go to the all fields tab. So I started playing. These first several columns were different concepts of numbering. So there's just a straight number. And then I tried going, okay, which objective was it? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then under each objective, it's A1, A2, A3, A4, B1, B2, B3, B4, to try to get away from why is this particular thing number 70. And then kind of that combination. And then, so either just doing a letter A or coming up with an acronym like MEE, which I don't even remember what it is now.
Meaningful engagement and meaningful.
Okay. Meaningful and effective engagement, which then just turned into meaningful engagement, so MEE1. So I played with a bunch of different concepts over here. We still have the objective number. We still have the start time. I didn't touch these relative importance pieces, keep going. This stuff hadn't changed. I had this funding one. What I added was action needed, or what came out of the April meeting was, how does it get done? Is this something that an agency can just choose to do today with nobody telling them to do it? Or does it take the legislative branch to either provide funding or direct an action or something like that? And so I added that column to see if that adds value. And then I started playing around, like if this was a database, is legislative action required? And then we can just say yes or no. There was another comment that came out of April, which is, can some things that we're recommending in the roadmap piggyback on something else that's already happening in the state? Does it have multiple purposes? And so adding that is something we talk about specifically. A column that says new discrete funding, question mark. So instead of the funding tab being TBD existing dollar value, can we just make it simple and say, identify which actions we actually need new money to come in for? And would that make it better? And then similarly, is agency capacity funding needed? Yes or no? So the comment was made, well, you're saying existing funding for this action, but we as an agency actually are going to need a little bit of extra staff to make this happen. Something like the siting, for example, we might ask a fair amount of ODFW to help us support that, or a science club. And so just saying existing funding doesn't really answer that. And so agency capacity. And then trying some other ways to just like check mark yes or no. So now let's go down to the next objective and and then bump your slider over to the left, so we start forward. So this is one version where you can see that instead of 1 through 84, we're doing the acronym code for what objective it is and then what number it is there. We also sorted these actions and rearranged them so that the 0 to 3 starts at the top and then it goes to the ones that are farther out in time. So that it's objective organized, and then within each objective, it's chronologically organized. We still have the relative importance piece, but we could also delete it. We have the lead, the partners, the action needed, and I took out the funding column. So instead of saying existing TBD whatever, we replaced it with these check marks. Is legislative action needed? Check. Is it multi-purpose? Check. Is new funding needed? Check. Is there an agency capacity need over what's existing? Check. So this is one concept, and we can play with this further. Next, please, chronological first.
I want to just, this is Cynthia with DLCD. That first one that we just went over, some of these we kind of did away with the strategy and just group things under objectives. So just to, so you know, we kind of did away with the specific strategy and.
Yeah. Okay, so actually, let's just stay here. We're back on objective and chronological. Just slowly scroll down so people can get a flavor of what this looks like. So we talked about meaningful engagement. Now we're into energy and climate. And notice the strategies aren't there. So these 8 actions all pulled. Protecting the environment and species. I don't remember how many we have, quite a number of them. And again, not organized by strategy. Protecting tribal interests. We have a lot, so we can just scroll through all of those. Supporting coastal and regional communities, again, your CC code and chronologically ordered and on down the line. So is that making sense to folks what I did? Okay, so let's move to the next one. So this next one said, regardless of the objective, let's just start at 0 years and work our way across time, recognizing that there may be things in the 0 to 3 years that relate to meaningful engagement, protection of tribal interests, protection of coastal communities, and let's just lump everything under that 0 to 3 year bucket together. So what you lose is you don't have those blue bars across the top anymore or across the row telling you what objective you're in anymore. It could be any objective. So we start here. There are some for coastal communities, and then it jumps to energy and climate, and then it jumps to meaningful engagement. Here's a tribal protection one. I don't remember what EO stands for. Economic opportunities, thank you. And then a color code changes when you get to the next time band. So starting in like 3 years, and goes that way. So it's another way to think about organizing it. And I heard people having preferences for either one. And then next tab, please. So what you see here is the one I showed you a minute ago, where it's organized by objective and goes chronologically, only I took out the pathway importance, those high, medium, and low for pathway 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because it's one of those things where everything was showing up as high importance for most of the pathways. And so maybe we just cut that out, and what would it look like instead? So it would just be, okay, we're in this objective, we're going chronologically. Here's how it gets done. We've got some check marks over here to talk about if there's new funding needed, but we're not going to speculate as to how much at this point. And otherwise it looks like you. And then if you can go to the next tab, please.
That is another comment.
Okay, go to the next tab after that, the objective numbering. Oh yeah, this was just like using the ABCE instead and then saying what objective it relates to. And we could use the like little icons to be pictorial about it, so that people don't have to decode what an E stands for. But then otherwise. So let's go back just so people can look at one of the ones, maybe the objective, chronological, no path importance. I think this is the one I'm leaning toward personally, but I'm curious, is this helping at all from last time, or were things that were for those who had significant concerns or who wanted to see something different? Are there still things missing from what you were looking for? Did it get better since last time?
Yes.
So I'm hearing yes.
Yeah.
Great. Anyone Yeah, go ahead, Celia.
The one thing that isn't considered here is whether or not we need to pay. And I wanna bring that up because I know it's controversial, but everything is important to someone. And when I went back to section 6.8, I think it is, I read the paragraph introducing this table. And it says that the purpose of the table. What is it? What is the purpose of the table? There's like a one line in there about easy go to. Right, okay, so to me, when I read that, I envision a list of all the actions so that they're all in one place. But the rest of this is pretty. It has a high level of uncertainty for me, and so it makes me a little uncomfortable unless there's a purpose behind it that I'm not understanding. So I'd like to hear from Jeff and the group on what the purpose is.
Yeah, I guess I would open it up to the group. Is there that we could just not have a summary and just say, if people want to see all the actions, read what's in section 6 in its entirety. Is there value creating a summary like this, even if there are parts of it that are uncertain that we're kind of guessing at where we are?
Can I just do a quick follow up? I may have your hand up and follow up to the, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So would it be more useful to you if it was just literally ME1, a description of what it is, and all the rest of the all the rest of the columns are gone? Because I think the table is useful. You're saying, is the stuff that's uncertain to you, the like staff time and the timeline and all that stuff?
Yeah.
You're really worried that it's gonna be like not useful after one legislative session or something?
I'm saying, yes, I am saying that.
Okay,
I'm saying
because the table is useful, I feel like I don't wanna live in a world where I have to go to like a narrative section of the roadmap to get this information, but what you're worried about is basically everything to the right of
yes,
the description. Okay, that's fun to like point out. Okay.
And my counterpoint would be that that's essentially the table of contents for section 6.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
So, Karina Nielsen, Oregon Sea Grant, I remembered.
Shoot, I forgot.
Oversight of that. So I had questions around uncertainties as well, aspects of the table, in particular, when you were saying needs funding, doesn't need funding, agency capacity, I was like, okay, that's assuming everything stays the same as today. And that is not like even just looking at the next biennium and looking at the tax, you know, like we don't know, right? We have great uncertainty, more so perhaps than in prior. Yeah, so I'm uncomfortable with committing that so clearly here. As a guide to implement these recommendations, the time, like somebody is gonna have to formulate that at some point. But it feels more like implementation phase than roadmap recommendation phase, maybe. And I don't know, you know, and the roadmap is supposed to be a little bit of guide to implementation, so I could see some fuzziness in like whether you include that or not. Having a table summarizing it is helpful, I agree. The actions, but anyway, yeah, so some of those, like, I find it useful as an analysis tool. The other thing is, like, are you gonna have to have, I guess, is DOJ gonna look over and concur with your legislative action needed, not like, who's gonna, like, are you both clear on that? Is somebody with, you know, legal analysis, like credentials for state, I don't know, like, you may think so, but maybe they, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if I get.
Yeah, so then there's uncertainty there too.
Yes, and I guess I want to roll this back to November of last year, where before this went public, the feedback I was getting from this roundtable was, we need a way to think about all these actions in terms of their sequence and their priority.
Yeah.
And so that creating this table was my response to that ask from this group.
Well, I
And if
think-
there's a better way to do it, I'm open.
Well, it might be that you clarified, like, we were asked for this. And this is our,
You all asked.
yeah, I know, we were, you know, the roadmap was asked to try and envision what that could be, and you put, maybe it's more, you know, it's just like an appendix that is like, this is how we envisioned it today. You know, at this time point, you know,
Emphasizing that it's a
point in time.
document, a point in time document, I think this is invaluable. If you're talking to a legislator about why this, You know what I mean? Like,
And why is it included? That whole like, why is it included? And that would be like, we did this because roadmap members perhaps wanted to have clarity on what the staging might look like.
yeah.
Is there a facilitator around that can let me, okay. Go lead the like Bird Alliance of Oregon. I agree, but like, maybe we could keep some more of the columns in there that aren't so uncertain, like, I don't know, the lead agency, the partners. And also you could just have a qualifier on the table that just says, this is, like I said, a point in time. This is where things were at this point in the process. And it's subject to change. Just be clear about that.
Yeah.
I think it's so useful. I really do think it's useful, even if I kind of.
Yeah, just. Don't take anything out, put more in, make it.
Well, we never think high, if anything like.
What would be the code?
Yeah, and you do it 3D.
Are there any comments on
Yeah, well, let's just ask, is there anybody online who wants to chime in with some thoughts? Okay.
Okay, so then can I just ask that if, I mean, if there are things in there to the right of the list that you want to keep, we definitely need a key for what they mean. I learned more from your description of them today than I could on my own, just reading the table.
Yeah.
And so we need that. I also, I have some discomfort with the timeline column, and the categorization of those, because I think it's roughly based on Bone's process and Bone investigated restructuring, the regulations are changing. I don't know that that's gonna remain valuable. And so I would, especially since this is a state document, I think the timeline is kind of irrelevant, maybe, if those are our categories.
Maybe order like first, second, third.
I tried to do that myself, and I think based on the actions that we have, I think there's like, I came up with a lot of, well, it depends. Maybe this, maybe that. I have a lot of what if scenarios in my head that make it difficult to really arrive at a sequence. I understand the value to everybody, but I would suggest that whatever sequencing is appropriate to take it to legislature or work within agencies on priorities, that's our work after the roadmap. I think it's out of scope for the roadmap.
Okay, so with this group asked for, yeah, no, let's take that idea and run with it for a second. So there was generally a sense of, I think, confusion and desire to see what order all the actions in section 6 ought to come. Because we put a lot of stuff in there and some of it you might not need for 10 years. And so if we now take it out of there, would we be comfortable with saying this roadmap contains no input on what order things need to happen? I mean, we do have section 4, we have the pathway diagrams that are kind of already a sequence. And one thought that was starting to bubble up for me is instead of numbering the years 0 to 3, maybe we just say this should happen during the planning before leasing. This should happen around leasing stage. This should happen between leasing and permitting.
Yeah, that's changing.
Do we think that the general structure of leasing and permitting is gonna change? Like you need to have a lease and you need to have a permit.
I don't see it as certain.
Is anything certain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Julia, National Wildlife Federation, I think I did that for the first time ever in this meeting, so sorry. I agree that like those things are theoretically moving targets, but I think it's, the world as it currently is, even though it might change, but I think being able to indicate, in a world where we have like a functioning federal government, this is what the general order would look like, is useful information, especially depending on how, I mean, the next election goes or whatever, but I think the degree to which you can say, like, this thing doesn't need to happen for 10 years, this thing, the degree to which you can say under the current system, which we realize is incredibly unstable, everyone knows that, like, having it be like, this would happen before this, you know, and after that, or like, you know, I think that that's a much, because I was looking at the 0 to 3 years, and I'm like, what is that? No way, you know what I mean? So it's like, I think that actually clarifying it more as like the overall stages is really a smart way to do it. And if we really run into like any one of those that is, some of them are ongoing, right? So it's like, so anyway, I think the stages might be a better approach, but I think if we're not doing anything to kind of talk about the order of things, then a legislator's not gonna list that long, just be like, that's cute, I got to go do something else, you know? Sorry, I'm in a public meeting, it's terrible, but you know what I mean, it's like, I think that we need to be able to tell a story with this table about in the world as we currently understand it, where things are possible. This is kind of what the order would look like, and then if it changes and gets blown up, then it's like, this is just one of many things. Sorry, but like, yeah, but I do think there's value in this kind of thing. If you can do it in a way that I agree that the 0 to 3 blah blah years thing is probably not. Anyway.
Thank you.
Bill on Brookings, I agree with Julie said.
Okay, I feel less bad about my inelegant words. Thank you.
Who else do we have?
Trevor, order consensus. Jeff, does any of the discussion and conversation help you choose one of those formatting?
Good question.
Want me to bring this back up?
You know, if we could pull it back up on the screen. So where I'm personally leaning was organized by objective first, because that's how the whole document's organized. And within each objective, chronological or by phase. And then removing the path importance, these high, medium, lows. I honestly, I guess I've come away from it, especially if where we're leaning now is that things like citing and the science collaborative should happen under any scenario. I can't think of many others that would be like low priorities anywhere. And so if we're just saying that we think all the stuff in the roadmap ought to happen, no matter what path we choose, maybe we don't need to have that.
But Cynthia Smith with the LCD, back to whoever suggested it about aligning it with when in the phasing that it'd be important to happen with that, I mean, under current.
So
If you were to follow that and you replace the pathway of importance, those columns, it's not on that one, but with where in the phasing it would be important to do, then, you know, yeah.
okay, so you're exposing the flaw in my logic, because if you're choosing the no offshore wind path or the economic participation only path, you're not following the life cycle phases of the offshore wind project. So all the things that would happen in the permitting phase would never happen. But maybe that fits. I'd have to go back and look at the team.
Whether you put the pathway in or not, there's an implied pathway to different, right? I do like the idea of organizing it under objectives, it feels meaningful, regardless of what comes out. We could identify things that the roadmap is recommending to happen regardless of pathway, maybe it's just flagging those, or do we think like literally every single thing needs to happen regardless of that way. And maybe that's just recommend this regardless. Just a thought.
It's unlikely that it would be adopted in toto.
Right.
And very likely that policymakers will do what they choose. And they will identify the priorities of their choosing. So I think there might not be a downside to having this thing prioritized or ranked. I think sequenced, showing the connectivity of the steps has value, but showing priorities or is probably not as valuable because the policymakers will pick and choose as they choose.
Jeff, with your familiarity with these actions as you've identified them here, I couldn't say, but can you say, do you feel like they can be phased? I mean,
I don't see.
accurately, yeah,
I just made a note. I could
if that's not, you know, I could see having like a first, second, third for each of the objectives, you know, and maybe that's helpful, but any resolution beyond that, getting down to, you know, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 14th, I think that's overkill.
I think it's
way
a lot. I think it's
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, planning has to happen in the planning before you do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so I'm looking at, I mean, meaningful engagement is one of those cross-cutting ones, but, you know, the 0 to 3 years, so let's say that's the pre-planning, we don't know which way we're gonna go yet. So clarifying community participation expectations in joint agency review teams and other regulatory processes. Yeah, it's probably good to do that whatever path we choose. But then you get down into like building community engagement partnerships with other agencies, local government staff and NGOs, to combine resources and facilitate consistency and information to communities related to offshore wind energy. We had said that needs to happen in like a 3 to 5 year time, so like around a leasing decision. But if you're not pursuing leasing, if you're in pathway 1, maybe you aren't actively building those partnerships because you don't need them yet.
So it depends.
Well, I guess I would say anything in the 0 to 3 range fits all of the alternatives. But when you start getting into the ones that are right now listed as later in time, those are implicitly assuming that you're marching down a path of offshore wind development.
Because it has a longer time.
Right.
So a first and second, or I just don't,
think
I don't
about
see how.
Yeah.
Main timeline. It's just.
Earlier.
It's gonna be variable.
Earlier.
Yeah.
I never. Earlier, during implementation, ongoing, you know, adaptive management. I don't know, I could see maybe 3 big groups.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I get your point about the uncertainty, but I think we all have to make plans in the face of uncertainty, and it's uncomfortable. Very, uncomfortable, but it helps to have a plan to look at. And I guess I do, am in favor of some kind of guidance to the reader who hasn't sat in this room and dealt with it.
Jeff, we have 2 minutes. And you're gonna be first for coffee, if you miss out on important coffee, and your coffee and snacks came. Do you have what you need, or do you have any open questions? Are you feeling?
I have the task for myself to go back in and look at the sequencing here, thinking of different ways to do it besides years, taking into account how the non-offshore wind development paths compare against the ones that have it. So I've got a little more work to do there. I mean, Delia, I hear clearly that there's some concern there about either getting the sequencing wrong or somehow just miscommunicating what needs to happen or doesn't. So I'm gonna take that into mind too. But I'm also hearing that having some kind of sequence is valuable.
Yeah.
So I guess I would ask, given that I'm looking at a calendar that would let you all have another look at this. Can I run with it and just see what I do?
I'm seeing some thumbs up in space. Yeah, how about Zoom? Can we get some responses with the thumbs up? Or if you have any questions, let us know.
Well, I'm gonna build on this one you see on the screen then, taking out the relative importance, finding out a new way to deal with the start time. These areas with the check boxes were really just for illustration purposes, and I actually need to work with people to get that as right as I can, including reaching back to agencies for when capacity is needed, stuff like that.
Checked.
Go ahead, John.
You can include a caveat, the further you get away from here and now, the more speculative the timing is. I think that would be helpful, and then as you move along, you could, here and there, you can pack that up, but as things become more.
Yeah.
More gel.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if that's helpful to you in your planning process, but that seems like one way to address it.
Yeah, well, the point in time caveat, I think, is kind of related to that as well. That, yeah. Ramses?
Do you want feedback from us to check on some of your assumptions here? So, like, when I'm looking through, so there's the, we're just gonna pick this one out because it feels like something feels really actionable. You don't need to sequence it. Is the MERD missing Indigenous peoples for anything? It's applicable to many types of projects, not just to offshore wind. States need new funding. Traditionally, how I'm just using this example as a way to look through, like, do you want us to check these assumptions? Because my understanding with how we piloted anti-harassment policies in public construction, I'm using public construction. We've just, as a working in a coalition of community groups, we essentially went to agencies to say, hey, in the course of construction, typically a developer build the 10% contingency fund, expecting prices to fluctuate, labor, supply, whatever. We just want a percentage of that contingency to go into training like the anti-harassment policy. Like, do you want us to give feedback? If your assumption is correct on your funding and whether it's actionable without funding. Sorry.
Yeah, over the next few weeks, I'm gonna be doing a whole bunch of work on this roadmap, and you have this table as part of your meeting materials. If you want to go to the effort to take a look at what's in there and tell me that you think something should change, recognizing that I only just started with the check marks, and so I'm open to any feedback you all have. If you want to help me fill out the table, put it that way.
Yeah, I'll just say from a, yeah, again, going back to a practical lens here, like the idea here is you take this, it's actionable, you give it to a legislator, they're gonna take it and they're gonna interpret it differently. They're gonna look at this like, well, all right, look, we're dealing with budget cuts, so your sequencing might be, it's great, but you know what, we'll do the thing that costs the least. Yep. We'll just take that because it's like budget constraints or budget constraints.
Yep.
Now, if you look at this and like, hey, is there a potential to raise revenue somewhere in here to pay for some of these things? Let me know. Yeah. If you want feedback on that, well, I think that's just a practical thing that I just see from this document there.
Ian, I saw your hand back there. Do you have
I just wanted to say, I would definitely do what you're doing. Don't give up on it, because if you don't have something like this, things just drift.
Yeah.
And another alligator comes along and you start dealing with that alligator and all this stuff goes away. And so you in order to keep momentum going, you have to have some kind of plan of action. And that's what I see this. So You know, don't walk away.
All right. Great.
All right, again, great discussion, thank you, and I'll just say, Jeff, your ability to kind of toggle between different visuals, really helpful for the group to sort of metabolize, this is, actioning your feedback from the last meeting, so. Super helpful, and it's great to hear where the rubs are, so really grateful for the discussion. On Zoom, we will be taking a 15-minute break, so you'll come back at 3:50. In the room, our friends at Coasties Roasties came back with a new set of small scones for the afternoon. Jeff's first in line for the coffee. Although I saw maybe Liz get ahead of them. But it's here we all have, some of us have drives afterwards. So please do oil up and we will come back in 15 minutes. Let us know that you. Thank you.
Can hear you.
Beautiful. All right. We are going to move into just conversation related to research, and it was already, we had a little preliminary. We have our public comment at 4:15, so we'll pause at 4:15 to see if any public members are here and would like to comment. Then we'll come back around, close this discussion, talk next step, and we may be concluding before 5.
Yes.
But we'll see. We've got some cheers for that, but we'll see how you do.
Yeah. All right, Trevor, if you could advance, please. So this is another one where I'm coming back to a topic that we discussed in April. In April, we talked about this research agenda that was in Appendix C of the document, where we had folded in the OPAC Science Technical Advisory Committee's recommendations related to where the work that they did at the request of OPAC identified some research gap areas. We recognized among this group that there might be other sources of research needs that we would want to fold in. And it turned into a different kind of conversation of, well, why are we talking about this research agenda specifically? How does it fit into a larger research strategy? And I kind of narrated how the different pieces fit together and heard that, like, yes, I was capturing it. So what I did since then was to turn it into a picture that I want to show you here in a minute and talk to you about how I plan to change what's in the roadmap to be a little bit clearer about how these different parts we've talked about, the cumulative impact assessment, the research collaborative, the West Coast Science Entity, and then Oregon's specific research needs, how they all blend together and work as a unit. So I do want to show that to you in just a moment. But first, a couple of updates. I already mentioned this morning, and again, please don't take this to the bank. This was just staff talking to staff, but I'm hearing that the West Coast Science Collaborative may not start as soon as was originally planned. That may be totally wrong, and we'll hear next week or whenever when California comes back. But it, to me, brought up a question of if this West Coast Science Collaborative that the roadmap already talks about and being led by California, getting started soon, and we should participate. If California were to decide to delay that, would it change anything we say in the roadmap about the need for regional science coordination, or do we just keep it all as is and it happens? I think that's a question that I have for all of you. I think where I'm leaning is it doesn't really change that we still think there needs to be a West Coast science entity. This seems like the one that's where we start. I could also reference this West Coast Ocean Alliance work I talked about a little bit ago, where there's already some work being done to talk about what we mean when we say cumulative impact assessment and what we could build with tools we have. And I'll mention that in the roadmap. So yeah, those are kind of the two big updates. That California, we're not sure on the timing of that. And then this West Coast Ocean Alliance work, as I mentioned, they contracted with a firm out of British Columbia who recently did a cumulative impact assessment, needs assessment related to shipping impacts in their region, looking at all the various sources of impact. And we, through West Coast Ocean Alliance, put out a grant or a contract proposal, RFP, to help us all work together, get really clear on what we think needs to be included in an impact assessment. I would participate in a steering committee for that group and bring what we've talked about with the roadmap discussion into that process. And then looking at what existing data sets are out there and how well or poorly they would fit into a cumulative impact assessment, where we might have gaps to fill. And that could also then inform what our research needs are in the state. So hooray that money is being spent on cumulative impact assessment work sooner rather than later. And then, yeah, that third bullet, I'd like to show you the picture next. So Trevor, next, these, hopefully this is legible to you. So what I did was take the different pieces that we already talk about in the roadmap and put them all together. Over here on the left, you see this West Coast Offshore Wind Science Collaborative. And there's an arrow connecting it to an Oregon-specific Offshore Wind Science Collaborative. And inside that box, I had some concepts that this collaborative would be the body to shepherd Oregon's research needs and where our gaps are and keep track of those over time. It would be a place where we could review incoming science and compare that to our gaps and needs to see if the world is catching up to our needs or where there are still other things needed. There was the Offshore Wind Research Prioritization Framework that came out of the staff report, but that was recognized as needing more dedicated time and resources to fully implement across the board. And that if this collaborative existed, that could be a place where that work gets done as well. And then also just recognizing that if we establish a science collaborative, it should be a big table. And we heard that in April as well, from representatives of CT Clusi and others, that we want to have some broad representation on this board, and that the board itself should have a way to do outreach for people who don't have time to participate in the board. So that these two entities would be talking to one. And that's what I have here on the arrow, that the Science Collaborative could be representing Oregon interests in the West Coast Collaborative, and that there could be coordination of research and learning. There's a green arrow down here that talks about how the Science Collaborative would interact with the actual state and local permitting processes and federal consistency reviews that could come down the way. That essentially the work of the Science Collaborative could inform the agencies, technical staff, local officials who need to wield that knowledge and wield that science toward decision making. That this could be a resource that could provide recommendations into that process. So that's where that green arrow is. Over here on the right, I had a box that I just labeled planning and standards, and that there's a connection to OPAC there. That first and foremost, territorial sea plan standards updates. So we're talking about part 2, part 5, part 4 of the territorial sea plan that would address things like the need for a cumulative impact assessment at the leasing stage, clarifications around adaptive management plans, decommissioning plans, those kinds of things. That's one of those early low-hanging fruit opportunities that connects to this whole science strategy and how we manage uncertainties, making sure our standards are right. Next, I have the Marine Coastal Spatial Planning Inventory that we talked about earlier today, that could be connected to an update to the Territorial Sea Plan, or be kind of a standalone that talks to each other, but that is also informing our permitting process and all that, because it will be the place where we're identifying what are those resources that intersect with our policies. And then the third box here, this blue box is cumulative impact assessment and leasing, and how that connects to the West Coast Ocean Alliance work I mentioned a little bit ago. That is a new recommendation out of the roadmap that would be in the previous policy statements. And so I think I've caught the world of what our recommendations are in the roadmap and how together they represent how we would be managing uncertainty. And maybe I need to add in more in there around like adaptive management. Maybe that's a missing box there to have that ongoing role. But is this connecting with anybody? Is this seeming like kind of what our plan is? Delia, I saw your hand first.
Just quickly, I'm wondering, I feel like this is in the roadmap. Are you saying that this is a new representation, a first draft representation of language we've already seen?
This is a way to take the individual actions in section 6 and turn them into a cohesive strategy. And so my plan would be at the start of that section in section 6, there's a little intro paragraph or two that I would go throughout all of section 6 and create intro language that says, we have a strategy for managing our uncertainty by doing these things that all work together, and then like bolding each one. And then you would read about each action after you read that kind of snappy summary of, we have a plan here, folks, and it all fits together. And if this picture is for the visual learners out there like me to show this is how these pieces all fit. So it's not new, it's just repackaged.
Okay.
And Joe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how much you want it to jive with and be consistent with the OPAC decision, recent one, but the marine coastal spatial planning inventory is one piece. There's two other pieces. There's the viewshed analysis and then the underwater cabling study to help inform TSP4 update. So those, it would make it more wordy, but maybe you could just summarize it as like preliminary studies led by DLCD to inform those chapter updates. And then the other one is you could have a line from the orange box going to the West Coast Science Collaborative, because I think STAC will have a representative representing Oregon and the West Coast Science Collaborative. Right?
I think.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's what
Yeah. Mike had his hand on the screen over there.
I'm just looking at the blue box, and start beginning to wonder who's doing this science? Because a lot of the science that I can think of is the academic community is doing science, like the IUS, the Ocean Observing System is out there, it's generating information. And when I'm thinking of this, I'm thinking of sort of an agency-oriented science collaborative, not necessarily an academic-oriented science collaborative, but some of the understanding that we need to deal with this uncertainty is traditionally generated by an academic research community. So when I start to see that blue box, I start to get a few questions just to say, well, okay, does that mean this group of agencies that are tasked with trying to make decisions about offshore wind, are they calling for specific kinds of research? Are they conducting research? Or are they generating funding? You know, I'm not sure what that science collaborative does. That's this aggregation of what I would view as more agency dominated than it might be research community dominated.
Yeah, that's a great question. The way that I have it in my head, which doesn't mean this is what's gonna happen, is that the science collaborative is well, I've said it before, like the wielders of the science, the shepherds of the research needs, the group that talks about, okay, what have we learned here? How are we incorporating and interpreting the science that we're getting from other sources the science that's being done locally here at home, or what we're hearing from the West Coast Science Collaborative, how is that helping us answer the questions that we have? So that, like, this is the keeper of the questions. And then if there's a question where the Science Collaborative says, we have a question here, that could get answered by identifying it as a science need that gets funded through the state, through the Oregon Ocean Science Trust, through the third party, whoever. And then the doers of the science would be out here somewhere, an academic institution, you know, some sort of whatever. Or it could be something where we say, this is a need we have. We can punt this to the permit stage and we're going to make the developer answer this question. And that this group would be the ones to kind of bucket and bin how these questions get answered. Karina.
Following up on that and something about OPAC, so kind of related now. I agree, I was wondering too, where academic research community fit in. I mean, we have just a wealth of expertise in our universities here in Oregon. California has its own set of research universities that have their own way of interfacing through mechanisms for California. But I do think that calling out, calling out the academic research community and where it might fit in is work that's an asset in the state. We have the Pacific Marine Energy Center, I'll just say at OSU, I'm aware there are other universities who are involved in different facets. It's a little more familiar because I work with PMAC, but the reviewing coming science, I could see a role for some kind of scientific advisory panel helping with that. That could be staff, could be an independent thing specific to this, could be, you know, I just like, there's room for additional expertise to come in that might be of value. And, you know, scientists like to also hear what is useful to, I mean, like, so this sort of like, community engaged, use inspired science needs and understanding what they are. So that nexus between the academic researchers and the management science state, you know, have needs is a nice place to put them together. So there's crosswalk between them. On OPAC, I know you have under planning and standards, you have territorial LLC plan primarily, and you mentioned OPAC. OPAC does have responsibility and opportunity to advise state agencies broadly. One agency that I just was reviewing this is missing from the list in statute is DOE, which is kind of interesting. Doesn't mean you can't obviously work with them, but I just noted that, and that might be of interest. But OPAC does have a pretty broad mandate, so could be involved in advising as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess another piece that I'm realizing is missing is this idea of the JART, the Joint Agency Review Team. That comes up later, comes in the permitting process. It would be a different subset of people because it would be agencies and coastal tribes, or one of our recommendations is that we open it to all of the federally recognized tribes. And so there would be, like, the JART is advising on this permitting process. And so there might be a bit of triangulation here to say this group predates the JART. It's going to be there trying to be the keeper of the questions, be interacting with the academic community, and that there can be some sort of knowledge sharing that's happening.
I think a lot of this, when I think back to the old BOEM days, when BOEM was engaged here, some of our public comments that we were hearing at that time were about replicating the RWSC, the Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative, that's the East Coast. And so I think that's when and so now, yeah, I guess that was gonna be a question. Is that what you're viewing the West Coast Science Collaborative as? Is that kind of the West Coast equivalent?
That's what California has framed itself as with that, is they want to replicate that model. Because I talked to the executive director of the RWSC, though, what she told me was, yes, that's true, but also individual states also have their own groups.
Because I remember at the time when we were really concerned about the pace of the BOEM and the missing gaps in their science that we were, like in the NSEL report, we had really pushed at the advocacy level from some of the conservation groups that it has to be more than BOEM and the state agencies. It should be the academics. It should also be NGOs. And so I think at the state level, that's important too. But is now the time for Oregon? That's the thing. Yeah.
Well, Yeah, but what I heard was under any path, we should get this started sooner rather than later. So if that's what this group believes, then. You know, should this group get started next year if the legislature was willing to fund it? Given that it might be a ways off. Wouldn't hurt to get our ducks. But I see a number of hands. I don't know who was first. Julia?
Yeah, Julia, National Wildlife Federation. I was just gonna build off of what you were saying a little bit. It is inspired by the East Coast. But they decided to be a little bit more expansive and especially in how they engage tribes. So it's a little bit broader and more inclusive. And I really recommend reading the draft blueprint, although they're gonna be finalizing that blueprint in the next few weeks for the West Coast Offshore Wind Science Collaborative, because it has subcommittees, it has NGOs, it has a really, I think, smart structure for how they feed into the process. It also has phases where in the future, Oregon and potentially Washington would have a higher level of like standing. If we're at a different level, they need to run offshore wind, but like even from the beginning, we're on the map, we're participating in it. We feed into the process. So it's not as big as the offshore wind roadmap. It's readable. It's like it's relevant to Oregon because it's a very it's really thoughtful process, and I think that like whatever we do in Oregon needs to be really informed by its existence and how they're approaching it. I was gonna ask a similar question though, where in the shorter term, like what could this look like if we don't fully get our own state collaborative? Is this something that we're at the last meeting, we were talking about the Ocean Science Trust, maybe being able to like fund some of this research, maybe even have an advisory group that's formed, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure out if there's like, are there like, yeah, that's my question. And I'm just kind of, and I think that like, literally, even just when we find out if and how California is proceeding with the Regional Science Collaborative would change my answer to that question, right? And we're not gonna know that for a couple of weeks. But either way, I think that like, I would like to see kind of like, here's what the bare bones version of it looks like versus that we fully have our own collaborative version looks like. But like, I do like the structure overall.
Yeah, I have my own questions about what the duct tape and baling wire version of this is.
Yeah.
If we literally just had existing agency staff.
Yeah.
And no additional funding for facilitation, rooms, workshops, paying people for their time to help us with the research prioritization. What can we feasibly accomplish here? And I think that's a tough one.
Like, or like, I feel like what, yeah, anyway, I don't know, it's hard.
Yeah. We are at time for a public meeting.
Yeah, let's just do a quick pause to see. Thank you, great discussion. However, if there is anyone on the Zoom or I know in the space, just to open it for public comment. No one on Zoom. Okay. So I think we can keep going. Okay. And
I lost track of who's next.
then
We get a chair down.
Is this found in the objections spreadsheet that we were looking at earlier?
No, this is first time it's included. It's just
okay.
That's for this meeting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm hitting my wall. I think it looks great. I think, yeah, I just want to just echo the question here, like if it needs to be funded, you're gonna know what it costs. I could see potential vehicles of where it could exist for next session. But again, it goes back to, I think the question here is it premature? Is it timely? And then what does it cost? But yeah, I'd be supportive of revisiting this conversation if we had that subsequent conversation. And it feels like a no-brainer that we should all work on together. If that feels like a consensus thing here. And that feels like a great conversation for us. Post wrap up of the roundtable, we can make this be a reality. But I do feel like a sense of, I think, just a level of importance of how we just trying to talk our values here about getting, just like similar conversation we just had about like bringing local government involved, getting science, research, academia, NGOs involved. Like this feels like a no-brainer, especially if it's going to be rooted in science that benefits where we're going to be. So yeah, sorry to blabber, but I guess it's just like, it'd be, yeah, I'd love to follow up this conversation, some of these outstanding questions. Thank you for providing this. Done.
Yeah, thanks for drafting this. I do like that. I think to Rin's point about what would it cost, and you're thinking about like, is there a bare bones version of this in which we could just, get the ball rolling with what exists? I think there's sort of a couple phases of what would it cost and what's going to be involved. It could be very possible that within the current scope of work and obligations of, and like, yeah, within the scope of existing agency staff and within like under the umbrella of academics too, there could be an advisory panel of some sort assembled to fill in that blue box pretty quickly. That wouldn't cost a lot of money, but if what that because it falls within their existing duties, but if what a big part of what their role is going to be is to like essentially write the RFPs that are like, this is what we don't know and this is what needs to happen to accomplish it. That costs the whole, like, you can set up the people to highlight what needs to be done, but then there's the doing it, and that's
well, and that might fall.
related.
It's like a staff resource, for example, or someone from the state is able to do that kind of taking what this group is talking about, putting it into action. I think for me, it seems like one of the good early steps would be like a 2 or 3 day workshop to get out a bunch of sticky notes, like the thing that we never really got to in this group of what can we really say about where the science is, and building from the stack report, expanding on it, and then figuring out like where can we, how do we build a consensus, I think is the big, and that involves getting people in the room. And that asks a lot of people. Of their time, it takes money. And the question of the timeliness is also one where like, are we going to be able to attract people into a room like that, in the next year, given where we are? I don't know. Go ahead.
Jeff, this first blue box, this West Coast Ocean Science Collaborative, there's been a fair bit of discussion about the uncertainty about California's move. I haven't heard any discussion about Washington. So I don't know if you're going to reference any of the uncertainty of the California as a lead, but Washington is a big state. And they have some capacity. And even if California drops out of the universe completely, I think there's still value in engaging a bi-state kind of initiative. I doubt that California will ever drop out completely. It will still have some residual capacity, regardless of whatever the day-to-day dynamic is happening. But if you're referencing any of that, you should certainly give some sort of equal weight to what's happening in Washington, if you're going to give an update.
Yeah, and what I've heard from talking with Washington staff is they're interested in participating in a West Coast Science Collaborative. I've not heard anything about them being leaders or,
But if the rug gets jerked out from underneath California, Washington might be willing to step up, or, I mean, it's nothing to say to Oregon.
Sure, just take me.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've taken some notes of things to add and consider in kind of how to wrap this story together. But yeah, my plan would be to have some version of this in the roadmap to help people understand that these individual actions all come. And then having a narrative that ties it. And I was thinking about the same for like the coastal communities piece. Part of the objectives to talk about how, you know, we have these different parts that work together around protecting fisheries and local economies and community benefits and all of that, and that they really all fit as a one, and that you could do that for each one. So I've got some work to do there. Any last thoughts? Okay.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. I am a visual person as well, so thank you, Jeff, for making things come together. So our last section for our conversation, we started this morning and it was robust about the next steps. I actually think that was great because you all got to think about that all day. Jeff got to think about it himself. And so in circling back around related to next steps and timing, remembering you all sort of had a placeholder for a next meeting on June 23rd, we still will be, our team would still need to secure a spot. Every spot we've tried is full right now in Florence. So we'd be working on that on your behalf if you all choose to stick with that date. Jeff had the proposal of, you know, potentially getting you a draft by the 16th. So you would have a pretty quick turnaround time with that draft. But that would be a possibility if you all felt like a week's worth of time of getting the draft that will have taken in the comments and recommended changes would come through and we stick with the 23rd. Or a second possibility would be to look in early July before the 10th, which is making sure that we know 10th is kind of our deadline at that point. Yeah, did you want to add?
Yeah. So the question for you all is, you want to keep June 23rd if it meant you only got a week with the document? Or do you have the ability and do you have the interest in looking at either the first or second week of July to push it? If we pushed a little bit, you would get more time with the document before we all met. So ideally you would identify if there were any red flags from the things I changed. I would plan to give you a red line version of the document so you could really just focus on what's different. And hopefully that'll help you go faster. If we push all of this, what that would mean, I've got a couple of different calendars I worked up over lunch, but what it would mean is we would probably push the governor's office leadership review a little bit later. And so then submission to the legislature would be either, depending on what path I choose, it would either be late July or maybe late August. And I don't know if anyone here has any strong feelings about, is late August too late to be getting that to the legislature? Or do we need to be working on a version for student?
This is Julia, and everyone. It's often, it's a bit of a catch-22. It's often hard to get legislators like really focused attention months before September, but trying to get a bill drafted starting in September is like doable, but like.
That's usually what legislative concepts are due.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you need someone being willing to work with a placeholder, basically, right? And like, you need to find a legislator who hasn't gotten all their bills lined up, you know what I mean? So it's like.
Yeah.
And given the nature of this topic, I mean, I guess people could be working on trying to like alert legislators that we want you to be holding a place for this kind of balance. It just is challenge. It's not impossible, but that is a more challenging. I guess.
Where you would have had the pre-final version, you would have had access to since June.
Yeah.
And then the roundtable discussion, and after that, hopefully there wouldn't be anything totally
pulling anything apart.
Well, I guess my question for you though is like, what is the, because it hasn't been officially delivered to the legislature, so we could bring it to them, the drafts and whatnot, but it's like, what is the official delivery? Like, what does it look like for, I guess, that's a very dumb question, but fundamentally, like, what does that, does it look like when it's final?
Somebody at my agency works through some kind of formal process to formally submit the document.
Okay.
And we've had versions of this thing on our website.
Forever, yeah. So I think. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud.
Yeah.
But I think it's, yeah, other people's thoughts.
I mean, I think regardless, you're not gonna get a draft, fully baked draft of the bill at any by September. It's gonna be a placeholder. If that is what you're trying to do, and then, like we've already articulated, if it has a fiscal, likely not, doesn't have much legs for this legislative cycle. Unless we find a different funding mechanism, which is. So that limits, if the intent is timing for a bill, there are other factors, but again,
There are a lot of no cost actions that you can. Anything.
Okay, so what I'm hearing out of that is the difference between early July, late July, and late August is maybe not a deal breaker for the session. That helps me have flexibility on the back end. The question still for this group is, do you want to keep June 23rd because it's been on the calendars already? Or are you open to us sending you a scheduling poll looking at those first 2 weeks of July to give you more time?
Well, I mean, on June 23rd, I'm gonna be hopefully out in the ocean looking at puffins. If it's shitty weather, I'll be here.
Anyone else? Okay. A lot of you are lost.
Be able to make any of those, because I don't have it mattered particularly.
Well, you'd have the document, if you wanted to submit thoughts to me in an email, that we can register.
Yeah, I think it's two things, right? So we need to meet and discuss it, or do you want more time with the document? Like, those are things that they like to consider, right?
Yeah. What I'm responding to by even proposing any of this is the morning conversation where I heard pretty loud and clear. This group wants to see what gets done with the comments.
Right.
Before it goes final. And there are versions of that where you're looking at it at the same time as the governor's office, and then there's a bit of a do-si-do between those if you identify any red flags. Or if I let you all complete, say, yep, this is what we want, and then it goes 7 months after that. That's my problem, not yours. It's really just how do we get this document in front of you all so that you can have a meaningful final discussion about it, and how much time you need to be ready for that discussion.
If it's the timeline versus some red flags based on comments, I'm having a hard time seeing that that's a red flag, because the comments are what the comments are.
It's more about if I change the document, because somebody made a comment that I applied, and then this group says, oh, no, you shouldn't have done that, or oh, no, you did it wrong. That I think that's the opportunity that this group is finding.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna, I was just gonna clarify, Cynthia with the LCD, that even throughout looking at puffins, I don't know when you plan on leaving, the idea would be to get you the draft before the 23rd. And so you still have some time to review it, even if you didn't meet on the 23rd. We have more time later to do it as well.
Scott had something.
Scott McMullen, Astoria. My preference would be to keep the 23rd date, just that if we put it off, then I put it off. So consider. I'd like to
We can
be dead.
Yeah. I understand.
Okay. I was gonna say, I can go either way. Our offices are closed the week after the 4th of July, and so I would really like to have that week But I could do the first, like, we're talking about the first week, you're talking about the 29th through the 3rd or whatever. I'm sure, I don't know if a week makes a difference for people, but. And also I'd like staff support, like our policy people want to look at it, and there's definitely not. Anyway.
Yeah, if I gave it to you on the 16th and we had a meeting on the 23rd. Do people here feel like that would be enough time for you to come to that meeting ready to tell me, is this ready to go? Or would you still be wanting time after? I'm just thinking about our past meetings where I would provide a draft. And granted, that was, you had to read the whole darn thing. But my sense was people really struggled to find the time to get through it in just the amount of time that you had.
Especially if you're gonna make it longer.
If you make a red line version, that'll simplify it tremendously.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Karina Morgan. I was just gonna say the same. Those earlier versions were rough. They needed a lot of attention. You've already heard a lot of the folks in the room say, keep everything that's there, just add some more stuff. So if you really fine with what's there. It's about looking at the new stuff and if it kind of has a major impact on us when we're reading it. I think, so I think it's a smaller task than earlier ones.
I agree, that's right.
Yeah.
Are you too far into the editing to do a red line?
No,
No.
and it's easy to do it there.
Yeah.
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 That would be amazing.
Cause I think that we're at that stage probably, like even though I'm gonna be out for other reasons, I can comment before I go out. Like, thoughts before I leave.
I like that a lot. That'd be fantastic. One version, 1 week. Shouldn't be anything totally new to any of us. If we have 2 weeks or 3 weeks, are people gonna spend 3 weeks? We're probably still gonna spend the same amount of time, but put it off and then it eats into your time. Reconcile it.
And then if somebody said, can I send you some more comments the first week in July? Would they be accepted? Like, that's the other flex point, potentially written, from this group, from the program.
I'll say yes, but because it gets back to is one person trying to influence it after.
Yeah, I brought that up, yeah.
Yeah. Say it. Wrong, but I'm feeling that we will sway back towards, let's keep the 23rd. And then that'll just be up to us to find a place to do it.
Yeah.
Florence might be out, so we might have to figure out a different spot for it. And yeah.
And ideas are welcome, and not right now, but at your time.
Yeah, if you have any suggestions, please. Okay.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for a really productive meeting. I'm gonna do a check with Zoom folks to see if you have any comments. Yeah. Yes to the 23rd. And for those who can't be there in person, you'll have time ahead of time to look at that document and give comments over email. And otherwise, people are supporting the movement of the document in the direction he's going. Yeah.
Red line version of June 16th.
Yes, thank you. Also, just gratitude to Liz for her note taking as well. And
I ain't trying to send her off fast, but
she's on it. Yeah. And so we'll let anyone in the Zoom have any last thoughts before we close. Doesn't look like.
Red line version, so that way it sounds real.
Perfect, okay. So goodbye to our Zoom folks. For those in the room.